Do pray for us. Angua Race, no, we are not drawing all raffle winners at once. Let's be so clear. Let's be so clear about how non-generous and greedy this shit is. The reason we are doing it for free is to promote Twitch viewership. And so, we draw a winner after each roast, but if you are not here, we're not roasting the deck. You cannot claim a ticket and then get it roasted later. If you are only here for part of the stream, them's the fucking bricks. Them's the bricks. That is the limit of the free shit. Miggles01, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Welcome back. Welcome to the doghouse. Jesus God. I must have... Something's wrong if I'm fucking up this many words. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. I'm just here to steal commander ideas. I ran out of bad decks to play. You're in the right fucking spot. Hellcat will probably be live till like 3 or 4 p.m. I have no promises about the number of polls because the time that an individual deck takes is highly variable. The amount of time that each individual deck takes, it's like some take 20 minutes, some take an hour, and it's typically dependent on how much the roasty desires to argue. So for free raffle streams, I argue much less because I just go, you're wrong. But still, in general, it depends on how nitty gritty we get with adds and removes. The actual roasting section tends to take 10 to 20 minutes. The stuff that will make certain decks take a really long time is if I am searching for the right mechanical piece for a long time. How's the raffle work? Hold on. No, god damn it. Let me make a Streamlabs command with how the raffle's gonna work. Okay. Oh, raffle's already used by another command with the same name. Where, bitch? We'll do exclamation point entry. I'm gonna fucking I want to say a bunch of words that I can't say on stream. I'm gonna keep it cool. I'm gonna keep it relaxed. And I'm gonna retype this sentence for the 18th fucking time. Okay. So it's now under, what is this even on? It's under entry. Oh my god. Oh my god, entry. That's disgusting. That's a terrible fucking. Alright. What's up, Blue Bomber? Troper. Boss, I'm gonna be honest, I'm here to support more than anything. With the move and everything, I've got maybe one more deck to look at, but shit's not even tagged. Hey, dog. My sister in Adenalcium, do not worry about that shit, okay? You do you, boo-boo. I'll be here. You are so good. Handle your business. Rat fan, you've not missed anything yet because so there's 2 people who were supposed to go earlier in the month, but were not able to go earlier because of my own terrible scheduling habits. And so they were supposed to go at the beginning of today's stream. I've not seen either of them yet. Hell yeah, Alexander. Thank you. How many winners, by the way? Carlos, I have no idea. So what's gonna happen is the longer the stream goes, the less and less likely each individual person will be to win. The tickets are also not for sale yet. I'm gonna set those for sale in a moment. Bone Lord, I am going to refund that rant redeem. I don't talk about leaks in general. I will say if that leak comes to fruition, I fucking told y'all so. I posted a video like 2 weeks ago talking about how the vehicle as commander change was to set up for a Star Wars or Star Trek universes beyond. So my third eye is open as fuck, bro. Where is raffle ticket actual? Where you at? There we are. All right, we're dropping the price because I am a benevolent overlord. And that is on, and that is limited to... Oh, hold on. That's back off. Because I have to clear the reward queue for this shit. Because we fucked this up last month, and it almost derailed the entire stream. We are going to complete all. Alright, we have now filtered out all of these. Now I'm going to turn raffle ticket actual on. Now it should all work. Now there should be a raffle ticket thing you can buy. Perfect. Also, Pyros Vivo, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate that generosity. Also, who knows the story on whoever fucking wrangled 25,000 people into watching them play MTG Arena? It's one of those guys whose names is like barely any letters and one of them is a number, and I did not recognize them, but like the top 5 accounts that are streaming in this fucking game category right now is just like 5 to 10,000 people per account streaming as this guy or as a part of this guy's like entourage. This shit is insane. Hold on, I'm pulling this up. Jade, I don't think it can be bought because it's like an actual guy. It's not, this is not like, I think it's the Casson. 4 is normally an A. It's whoever this guy is. And then, because these also look like real people. Or maybe they're not. Maybe they're... No. There's a different Are they just reacting to this guy's streaming? Is this fucking... This is officially React content. I'm trying to... Because, listen, chat is in the void right now. Chat is in a fucking abyss because of all of the raffle tickets being purchased. But is this dead ass, like... Because this thumbnail looks like this thumbnail. Is this just a guy streaming a reaction to this guy streaming MTG Arena? That's an insane amount of clout. That's fucked up. Lunar, this is a raffle to get your deck roasted for free. Tin Man, no, I do not think we should print a 9/11 joke into Magic the Gathering. Young Bean, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Maybe they're doing like a tournament. Maybe Arena's putting on... Because they all have this guy's name in their title. So they must be doing like... This must be like a group tournament Arena's hosting or something. My deck gets roasted for free every Friday. Gregarious, I'm so happy and or sad for you, buddy. Boss, would a card giving instants and sorceries harmonize once a turn be too busted? Probably not. That is a situation where the base mechanic, not busted. It could become busted based upon the costing of it. Because harmonize is difficult to like... it's difficult to break totally in half, because the stuff that will break one of those mechanics in half is like breach, where you can just keep doing it over and over and over and over. Harmonize is like you get this card one more time and then you're done. And so if it was an enchantment that said at the beginning of your first main phase, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gets Harmonize whatever, where X is the casting cost of the spell, that is probably okay, but it depends a lot on, like, if that's a one mana enchantment, that's probably not okay. If it's a 10 mana enchantment, way too bad to ever be used. And so I think we will see that effect printed. I think we will see that effect printed at some point. I just don't know exactly when. Boss, are my dreams of making the funny legendary creature artifact equipment creature going to be crushed by reality? What dream are you talking about? Did you take NyQuil before it? Did you have ketamine before you had this vision? Explain. Oh yeah, like they have... Fuck, you're just talking about Lier. You're talking about Lier, but instead of the additional text being stuff can't be countered, you're talking about stuff has Harmonize instead of flashback. So yeah, this would be totally fine. They've already done it. Lunar, the July deck roasting is going to open up tomorrow. It's going to open at noon Pacific. Now we are doing... Baku, happy birthday. Twitch chat, can we get a happy birthday for Baku in YouTube chat? Or can I get a fuck YouTube chat if you hate YouTube chat? I want to see. I'm trying to see some... Baku, happy birthday from me. I'm trying to see something real quick. Just let it happen. I'm just trying to top deck until I brick or die with Reality Chip. I mean, that's totally doable. I think the problem with Reality Chip... God, non-blue players will see one fucking card advantage engine and lose their minds. This is a totally fine commander. This is just not a commander you can commander max around. Or, God, I don't even say you can't, because people will see that, and then on YouTube they'll be like, well, actually, if you see my fucking combo deck that utilizes the Reality Chip's 4 toughness to kill you, you can. It does not serve you, and will typically not make a fulfilling deck for you to try to use this ability as much as possible. This is literally just, I have some card advantage in the command zone because I can play from the top of my deck. Maybe there are some cute things you can also do with that, but that's not a strategy, is more what I mean. That's a piece of a strategy. But a lot of people will look at a commander and be like, this is my personality. The only things I do during game night are going to be words that are said on this card. And if you do that with Reality Chip, it's going to suck. But Reality Chip is a totally fine commander that can help a lot of totally reasonable strategies by just letting you play more cards. That's good. That's... I take. Card's good. So that's what I'd say about it. Dota the Unifier is in fact brain dead. Are there commanders out there that trigger this as much as possible is a valid strat? Most of them, Dark. That's the thing. The reason the commander brainworm is alive in the first place is because Wizards of the Coast incubates them. Bone Lord, I replied to that saying I did not talk about leaks, but that I had called that particular shot like a week or two ago. Profit, it is 10 raffle tickets per user. That's the max. But this is an example of, hey, trigger this commander as much as possible. Make as many tokens as you can. It will work somehow. Chatterfang will also do it. everybody takes it an aristocrat route because he has black and because he says sacrifice on it. But if you just fucking trigger this text box as many times as you can, you'll win a certain number of games. You will appear coherent. It's on a hair trigger? You're fucking banned, brother. Thank you for the pun. Get out of here. Boss, why is the Vren altar looking at me like that? What does he want from me? Dog, I think you know what he wants. I think you know well and good what he wants. All right, we're going to hit the manual ad break, but not before I thank EggX16 for that Prime sub for the second month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. So we're going to do a 3-minute ad break. I am still on the lookout for Libka. I'm still on the lookout for Rice Quinn. Those are still 2 commissioned roasts that we missed earlier in the month. That was my fault. And we're trying to get them serviced today before we do the first. Link Dude, you're Libka. Perfect. Then after this manual ad break, we're going to get it rocking and rolling with you first, my friend. Maxathon 2, thank you for the Prime. And Marty the Goose, thank you for the second month at Tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. All right, so we're buying a shitload of raffle tickets. We have the 3-minute ad break going. Can you recommend me a fun Rakdos commander? I love Rakdos. I've built a ton. I'd like a suggestion. Not Prosper Time. I would not recommend Deadpool. Okay, I'm not going to look at chat. I'm going to get a contact, stupid. I'm going to get a contact EDH rec. I look at chat too long. Rakdos commanders, I think, are fun. I like Laughing Jasper Flint because I love stealing. This is also a very straightforward build, which is something that should be valued. You are not going to get... if you are capable of getting lost in the sauce, you live in a fucking bottle of ragu. I don't know what to tell you. But Flint is fun. Shadow's fine. Let me check this shit out. You could do this Rakdos. This is kind of like baby's first tax fraud. This guy is a good card advantage engine, but this is another thing. This is just Rakdos reality chip. Is an important point to get across. This is another commander where this entire text box is just a somewhat creative way of getting you card advantage, and there's some cute stuff you can do to capitalize on this in a more powerful way. But this would be a commander for like, I'm doing Rakdos whatever I want, and my commander is just here to make sure I have enough cards to do whatever I want. Alesha Who Laughs at Fate. You can probably get something going with. Other Rakdos, always cool. Don't do this. But yeah, pick from any of those. Oh, the cluck chair. Thank you for the warning. There we go. Cluck chair is hidden. Vertsby, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I don't like Anji Falcon Wrath, because the thing I don't like about this is madness cards suck, and what this incentivizes is pseudo combo, but like bad pseudo combo. So it's one thing if you're doing like, oh, high power, and I'm going to push this terrible mechanic to the absolute limit, and I'm going to treat it like a car in Fast and Furious, and I'm going to watch the wheels come off as I try to ramp it off of a bridge or something. That's cute. That's fine. When you're doing it in low power, I think it just becomes like, it's a vampire spam deck, but what if all of my turns took longer than yours? And so I tend to avoid those things personally. As a lifelong green player, what's the first step I need to do on the road to recovery? Luso, I mean, first, it's going to be writing a letter to everybody you've ever hit with trample damage. It's got to be a genuine apology. You've got to own the ridiculous size of your own feet, and you've got to get them to forgive you for putting your stinky, stinky toes on them. That's step one. That's such a long list. It takes years. Hey, recovery takes years. I'll get you a chip, brother. All right. Okay. I believe it is time to get into Link Dude's deck roast. I'm feeling a wardrobe change coming on, so if y'all will just bear with me for a moment. Alright, let's get down to some motherfucking business. Let's get down to some motherfucking business. Dark has been banned for trying to organize a Disney sing-along. We know that's banned. We've talked about the rules with you. There's no singing in this chat. There's no dancing. We're like the town from Footloose. Be better. Alright, so I'm presuming that everybody here knows how these work. If you don't know how they work, you're going to learn. But without further ado, we're going to hold for a pause because I don't have the Google Sheet with Libka's deck roast up. Without further ado, we're going to look at Libka's deck, which is silly. Their primer is currently, I believe I've done what I can to keep this in bracket 2. I recently removed the one game changer that was in the list, and there's a lot of options here that are definitely low rate cards, but they do what the deck wants to do, which is make tokens of different colors to hopefully win with Happily Ever After. I'm not against game changers, as I know there are some that would help me get there, but when I don't have Happily Ever After, the deck usually generates a good amount of tokens to be threatening, and I am presuming proper bracket 3 decks beat your ass too hard. The artifact count is heavy, but a lot of them help make tokens, and the sideboard or options I put in at people I'm sitting down with allow it. Beautiful. What the fuck is happily ever after? Mono white happily ever after. Let me look at this card. Fuck your deck. I'm looking at Scryfall. Alright, happily ever after. At the beginning of your upkeep, 5 colors among permanents you control, 6 or more card types among permanents you control and have in your grave, and your life total is greater than or equal to your starting life total. So, mono white, I need a permanent of every color. This is either Donald Trump's America or it is banned in Donald Trump's America. I'm not yet sure, but I'm deeply worried. This looks... Hey. Bracket 2, you got that shit right on, dog. You got that shit right on with bracket 2. Let's see what in the goddamn fuck you're doing. Alright, so our commander is white and makes us black creatures. Any color I need. Okay, that's quite good. Black creatures, why are we doing this? Huh? Immediately disagree, because we have them. Our commander makes them. Black, red, and blue. That seems fine. 3 for 1? Good. Blue creatures! I love the fucking exclamation. Like, they're just so excited. It feels like a kid coming back from kindergarten having learned how to finger paint. They're just like, Dad, look! I made purple! And it's the shittiest 1/1 you've seen in your life. Okay. That's crazy. That's crazy that we have Maskwood Nexus, but just for skin color rather than for creature type. That's fucked up. So true, dude. So true. Ancient Gold Dragon does make blue fairy dragons. So fucking true. Okay. Alright. No. 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 Motherfucker, no. I'm gonna fucking get you, bro. I'm gonna fucking get you. Every stream, we push the definition of card draw a little bit further. We've seen actual card draw. We've seen cantrips, which are just cards that replace themselves. We've seen people tag Faithless Looting, which lets you draw cards but are card negative. And now we have somebody saying it makes a clue. How else do you draw cards in mono white? I will show you. I will show you, but wait. Okay. So Mishra's Bauble. Ridiculous unless we have a way to loop this. If we are Bauble maxing and we can play this from our graveyard every turn, type shit indeed, I believe you. If we can't, there is no way Peekaboo is a big enough payoff for us to give this up. Skull Clamp is just good. We have a ton of tokens, and we hopefully have a ton of tokens we're willing to give up. These. What happened? This has to be booster pack behavior. Because, like, these are at least, you will draw a lot of cards. This is horribly bad creature that is so bad they had to give you a rebate on it. This is like grocery store recall level creature. If the creature says draw a card on it and is a 1/1, that is Wizards apologizing to you that you had to play it. So these are also instances of, if we're all in on like little shitters and we can loop them a ton, sure. By the second or third time we begin playing them, we start to feel good about them. But otherwise, no. Temple is under attack. I will allow, because your nightmare situation is you get this game plan going and then somebody board wipes you. That's fine. I need the Reading Rainbow theme in the back. What's up with it? What's up with it? This is a purity test right now. This is a litmus test. We happy with this card? We happy with, because if we're not, we gotta have words, Brother Bear. We got problems with the lifelinker who draws you cards. We're gonna have a lot of fucking words. No problems. Beautiful. All right, we can save you. We can save you. We can go into surgery. So, if we are on token behavior, there is a long and storied history of the white token players just getting free cards for no fucking reason. So, other cards you can look at. Caretaker's Talent. Oh my god, I make a token, I draw a card. If your tokens are small, there's like Welcoming Vampire, who cares about power. There's, if they're not small, there's Isle of Oblivion, who doesn't even care about power, it just cares that we made a token. There's Tokaja's Welcome, who I believe is a mana value one? Yeah, this is mana value tokens. There's also like Mentor of the Meek, which also cares about power. There's also Benny Brax, but that's like an end of turn if you made a token. There's a ton of ways to turn I make tokens into I draw a card at the end of my turn, and these are probably what your card draw engine should be. Oh yeah, and then there's also like Enduring Innocence. But we can very easily have you on 5 to 8 engines that draw you cards, and then we can get you these shitty no good cards that you want to play. Dungeoneering. Okay. It makes a red token. I trust you. I trust you. Okay, equipped creature attacks venture into the dungeon. I hate that I'm going to give this card a pass because you could put it on your commander and you would feel safe. Immovable Rod. So this is 5 mana venture. There's no way. There's no fucking way we have to do this. I refuse to believe. I refuse to fucking believe that we have to do 5 mana. 5 mana and a turn cycle to venture once. And it has to be... Which dungeon do we have to be in? Can I force you to play the initiative? Dungeon of the Mad Maze. This does not say red on it. Lost Mine of Fandelver. So we do have to venture. We have to venture into the dungeon to get the 1/1 goblin. I presume this is like the only way in white to make a red token. Okay, how can I... Please. Please, God. Please, let me... let me change this card. Genuinely better, I think. There's ETB, there's a flyer that does it. Oh my god, they made dungeon stacks? So, Emion, the problem with Mobilize is if we mobilize, we give up those tokens, and we have an upkeep trigger. Oh, for Mirrodin! Oh, yes. Oh, yes, we can kill this section right now. Oh, beautiful. Please, God. Yeah, okay, so we have for Mirrodin, and this is also card draw. We have... Jesus, these are bad. Alright. So... Radiant Solar, I could believe in. The rest of these, like Immovable Rod, Delver's Torch, Way too fucking bad. Nadar Selfless Paladin maybe does something in a different strategy that is much better than our current one. Thorough Investigation also does nothing, but does at least explain why you wanted to play Search the Premises. There's also Anox Strike Leader. Yeah, but Anox Strike Leader making a tapped and attacking one, like Johnny the 1/1 has to live through that swing. That is a crazy gambit. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Will of the Mardu Helios, thank you. Now we're cooking something. Now we're cooking something so much better than the world's worst level 1 dungeon run. You could also do this, and I believe in this. So, Will of the Mardu, Angelic Sellsword, Glimmer Lens, and then maybe like any of the other 4 Mirrodins you like. We like that for the red tokens. Hilarious, go fuck yourself, at least you tagged it correctly. Green creatures! Sure, we have 7 ways to make green creatures. Green and blue creatures. I can't get the image of you being a 5-year-old who has just discovered the color wheel and is way too excited about it out of my fucking head, man. Saint Jackin, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the dog home. Job select is colorless, yeah. Likes many creatures. Don't do that. Don't do that. I know. Stop it. If you know who else likes many creatures? Mother. This is what you get to do. This is what you get to. If you get to the late game and you have not won yet, mom is picking you up from school. I do not believe in this. I believe if you say, oh, hey, if I'm trying to do this and my board gets wide after a certain period of time, and I'm going to try to convert that wide board into having a backup win con so that I don't force people to watch me try to assemble 5-color Exodia. I'm super down with that. I think you have better ways than what if I turned it into Voltron? Yeah, Moonshaker Cavalry is the other thing I'm going to suggest. I would suggest just being like, how do I make this whole board good? And that's Elish Norn, and that's Moonshaker Cavalry. And then these become, damn, I only have four of my colors, but I have like 10 creatures, and realistically I should be winning at this point, but I haven't. I spend 8 mana, I win. I'm not going to recommend Intangible Virtue. Here's the difference. Don't add Overwhelming Splendor. What the fuck? Yo! Why are we talking about Anthrax? I was like, work on your right hook, and you were like, yeah, poison him. Don't do that. So, the way I want you to think about this, for the stuff that we're going to do that's agnostic to our win con, if we do like... This will be, how the fuck does Pirate Software do this, man? So this is mana, and then we will call this R. I'm going to call this R for relevance. And so what you need to think about is everything at our low mana values and our medium mana values needs to be highly relevant to the gimmick. Now maybe in like turns 1 and 2, you're just trying to set up general game plan. But we want this like big bell curve of stuff in the middle is hyper related. It's very, very focused to the game plan that we are doing, which is going to be this happily ever after dog shit. when we depart from relevance to just try to win the game, I'm going to make this red section. This red section is game's got to end. We do not want to give ourselves the option. We do not want to give ourselves the cognitive dissonance of having to argue in our own mind about, do I do the thing that's going to try to win that's not on my gimmick, or do I try to keep pushing my gimmick forward? We want to build the deck in such a way that when you have access to 3 mana, 4 mana, 5 mana, 6 mana, the only thing you can do is drive the gimmick forward. And so for stuff like Elish Norn, stuff like Moonshaker Cavalry, we do that at really high mana values so that it is a emergency pressure release valve. If we start doing stuff like Intangible Virtue, what this is going to do is it's going to motivate us to switch gears into this like go wide ass beater plan earlier. It's going to detract from the gimmick, which is me, I guess, blasting the soundtrack to Shrek 2. Same goes for like, this is why we're not going to add things like Cathar's Crusade. Because if we add Cathar's Crusade, will it be good? Almost certainly. It will take over your deck's personality, because it's going to be too playable too soon. Oketra's biggest fan, lore. You fucking... Oh my god, dude. You did not tell me this was a 97 card deck. Okay, Link. They're card... Okay, so we need a card type. If we need a card type for Happily, I forgot about that. That's a good point. And if we need a card type for Happily, I would rather they be dog shit. I would rather they be dog shit. Protection. Yeah, that's actually clever. One-sided wipe. That's my fucking guy. That's my fucking guy. Good shit. Ramp. Jesus fuck. Okay. Ooh, but now we get to show you heat. Okay, class. Now we all get to be really happy because we get to save somebody. So Link, it appears that you did not realize, and it makes sense you might have been confused. I talk about green players being the trust fund players all the time. It's the white players. You don't have to be ramping like this. Your grandpa has set up good ramp for you. He's left you a map on how to find a duplex that he bought for you before you were born. There's another artifact, and we actually want to lean into artifacts quite a lot. So you want to use catch-up ramp. There's Archaeomancer's map. There is land tax. There is Deep Gnome Terramancer, who will capitalize on other people ramping. And then there is also Claim Jumper. Now, a very funny ramp package that is recommended to me often, that I always think is very silly, is like, you do Dousing Dagger. You also do, and this is where it's gonna seem insane, is you play Lotus Field in every deck. Like if you don't need your tempo to be super high, you run Lotus Field in every deck to turn on your catch-up ramp. And then you just never keep an opening hand that has Lotus Field in it. I've tried it. It does work. It's kind of fucked up. But it does work. So I would turn like Thought Vessel, Wayfarer's Bauble, and Solemn into some type of catch-up ramp. Red creatures! Yay! And then removal. Sure. We don't really want to be on board wipes. Oh, soul brothers and sisters. God damn it. Right, I forgot we have to do fucking life gain. Forgot we have to do goddamn life gain. The ram I would kill with hammers. The ram I would kill with hammers because we have to be above starting life total. 1 per upkeep. There's no way that's good enough to do it. The other ones, if you're like, I get a life every time I see a guy, if I could point at a guy and I become healthier, I'm a marathon runner tomorrow. Or this has to be a situation where you are better off drawing to a better one or playing like a big mana, what if I gained 1,000,000 life? Fucking okay. All right, thank you, Scryfall. Piece of shit. Or you'd be better off doing this or something. Included because enchantment, like Spirited Companion. Oh, so it's just to make it be an enchantment creature? God, Happily Ever After is so fucking bad. I'm gonna say no. That's still not good enough. That's still not good enough. Wait, how do we get white creatures? Jomi, I know you're being silly, but I swear to God, if you're that silly ever again, I'm gonna fucking get you. Like, if we're that hard up for enchantments, we can play... Here. There. Here you go. I have replaced the enchantment clause in this card. Now kill the fucking ox. Now kill the fucking ox right now. But Mald, I have all this white mana. How do I get white creatures exactly? That's what I'm saying. Win cons! I love the exclamation points. Sure, I believe in these. I also believe in true conviction. True conviction getting you to that like big life total. So next, what we have to figure out is how the fuck does this work? And here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do one playtest where you crash and burn like a dickhead. All right, I love you, but it's gonna happen. And then we're gonna do a playtest where all of the things we said to cut are going to be randomly replaced with one of the card draw engines we told you to run. So stuff I think you should cut. I think this for sure, because you have this in the command zone and your commander has a mechanism by which it can come back. So you don't need this. This is black creatures. Blue creatures, I think we said whatever. I mean, like, these are really bad, but holy shit, you need blue creatures. For card draw, we said Bobble, Companion, Womans, Search, Tamios, those 5. Dungeoneering, we said Immovable, Delvers, Nadar, Thorough, and those are becoming 4 Mirrodin shits. Green creatures, I don't even want to look at these. You're getting a Valgavas Lair. These are becoming Elish Norn and Moonshaker Cavalry. These are going straight in the graveyard. You know what's horrible? Your deck cannot take this heat, but this is like... You need this more than you need religion, dog. Because Happily Ever After counts your graveyard. And so you want to orb so badly to get these card types into your grave. 6 card types sounds so hard. If 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we have 7 in the deck. We have to hit almost every card type we have. And so some type of like Mesmeric Orb Sun Titan, because Sun Titan can get disenchantment back. So you know what? On God, I think Sun Titan should go in this deck. Kurao, and for anybody asking in chat, the commissions for July are going up tomorrow at noon Pacific. Yeah, so I think Sun Titan's gotta come in, and genuinely Lance Armstrong's missing nut may make an appearance. So let's see how it plays right now. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. I fucking peekaboo a dumbass. And I get the immovable rod. Perfect. Next, we get an extra card. Next turn. I weep. I cry into my soft little hands. Amazing. I play Delver's Torch. We're gonna cook it up now. Secret Rendezvous. Alright, this guy can die, because I don't fucking need him. Whatever, I have Path to Exile. Turn 6. What type of cookery am I committing? I'm summoning the school, dog. I got 2 1/1s. Nobody can stop me. Nobody can stop me. Turn 7, we play our commander. 2 out of 5, baby. What type? How many types are we on? We have instant, we have sorcery, we have creature, we have artifact. Instant, sorcery, creature, artifact, land. Sorcery, creature, artifact, land. So if we get the enchantment, we're actually there on card types, which is easier than I anticipated. Oh yeah, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I've been tricked. The motherfucker told me I'm playing these dog shit creatures because they're enchantment creatures and I need them for the 6 or more card types. This is an enchantment. Nah. Nah, I don't like liars. I don't like liars. Oh, you made that realization 30 seconds ago? Okay, you're cool. We're just both stupid. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so we kill every enchantment creature with a hammer because we don't fucking need them. We don't need them even a little. And then, I mean, realistically, this type of playthrough, this is like a bracket 1-ass playthrough. We've done nothing for multiple turns. It's turn 7 by the time we get our commander out. And then here... See, this is where your lack of card draw engines is going to make us obscenely sad. Because we have a very good engine to make probably red. Like, red is the hardest thing for our deck to make. Either red or blue. Oh no, red, because we have a blue thing in hand. But we just have so few fucking ways to draw cards. We have so few ways to ramp because we're so spread. And so I think what would make you very happy, cut this bad card draw, shave some of the stuff for those card draw engines we told you about, and then genuinely you will be amazed at how much better your mana situation can get when you start playing fucking bounce lands. So like Karoo, there's Guildless Commons if you spell it right. Guildless Commons, there's a desert that does it, because you're still going to be bad at drawing cards. Like, no matter what you do, because you are not on a token flood strategy, you are not going to be running through the game with like a full grip of 7. And so a huge thing that will save you is having bounce lands to just keep your land drop for free every turn. It will give you a ton of hands that like just become keepable. Arid Archway as well. So you get those 3 bounce lands in, you get Lotus Field in, and then you can use Catch-Up Ramp to get you the mana. Because a big benefit your deck has, a huge benefit your deck has even, is if you are in a bracket 2 game and you play Oketra, you can probably stabilize from there. You will not win just off of Oketra, but if you're like in danger, Oketra is a big fucking guy who will dissuade people from beating you to death. And I think that's how we save you. I am going to agree with what Viridianus is saying. And there's another land that we have slept on called Fountain Port, which will also get you blue creatures. This can also be used. There's nowhere. Okay, so Wayfarer's Bauble, even if you don't do catch-up ramp, Expedition Map, probably worth doing. Expedition Map, probably worth doing, just off of like, either this gets me a bounce land if I need a bounce land, it gets me Fountain Port if I need blue creatures, it gets me, I think that's genuinely the end of it, but your deck really needs to fucking help. I guess Ardenvale, but we should already have white creatures. And then you can do Beza as well. What's our opinion on Spirit of Resistance for Ultimate Flavor? We got too much goddamn flavor. No, shut the fuck up. Absolutely not. If we have a permanent of each color, this game should be over. We do not enter the Philly shell after we establish a post-racial society. I don't believe in this with the deck as is. And then you, even in bracket 2, you almost certainly run this. Bracket 2 is typically on few tutors. You have like one thing that can convert your deck into being playable. I think you either do the Mesmeric Orb Sun Titan package, barely even a package. You either play those two cards, or you play Moonblessed Cleric, and you use it to get your enchantment on top of your deck. You could run War Room. War Room is... yeah, War Room is the good card draw land you can run. So I think, here, let's get these out of the way. Nope, not that. I think you're kind of down here, but I think you're in the corner only because of your card draw. I think this strategy can actually work at bracket 2 and is a kind of cute, like, this is a cute enough bracket 2 combo, heavy air quotes, combo win that is very fair, it's very transparent, and you have a few ways to escape if the combo is not coming together. You absolutely need to buff the fuck out of this card draw section. It's even okay to shave like one of your token makers to draw more cards, because you have to, statistically, you have to see so much of this deck if you want to draw one of each kind, if we're not on like Tutor Central. But I like it. I like the dream, at least. And then I think the dream works. Oh, by the way, sorry. Last card draw suggestion. Another thing I've been thinking about, I'm not convinced this will work because I don't think you have enough artifacts that like really hold the deck together, and it could make you skip your enchantment. Oh, it's a May. Okay. We'll just put the rest. I think the put to rest goes through no matter what you do. So yeah, we probably can't make this work. So yeah, just fuck them up with card draw. Do that 4 Mirrodin Lens, and then I think that's how you send it. And I think that can work. So Link, thank you for the submission. I hope you enjoyed, or at least exhaled heavily through your nose. We're gonna hit the manual ad break. We're gonna do one more call for Rice Quinn, who I was relatively confident I rescheduled to today, but I fucked it up last time, so I may have fucked it up again. And if Rice Quinn is not there, it's free roast raffle time. I'll see you all in a moment. Sorfalo, this deck cannot... That's writing a threat check that we cannot cash. I would not recommend doing Sensei's Divining Top. All right, gamers and gameritas. I don't see Rice Quinn commenting. Willow, don't ask Nadu for deck advice. Nadu's banned for a reason. Okay, this motherfucker doesn't know shit about cards. All right. Noon PST, West Coast time. Yeah. Luso, yes, for the raffle, we do have to get on Twitch for it. Shrinkle Dink, thank you for the 500-bit cheer. I want to make a coalition victory deck with only mono-colored creatures and basics. Is that funny enough as is, or would I need a sub-theme? What could that be? So okay, this will be good. Why is it funny? I think that's the most important thing we can drill down on, because right now that description seems to be equating bad with funny. Sometimes bad can be funny, but typically when bad things are funny, it is because, like, the bad things that are funny are almost certainly contrived acts that are bad on purpose. Think about, like, the Three Stooges. Many people found that funny for many years. They were bad on purpose. What I want you to compare your deck to is improv. What you have suggested is, what if I did improv badly? That's what playing Commander is. It is like a strategy war game that has improv. And so if what's meant to make our deck funny is I'm doing things badly, if you enjoy bad improv, that can do it. Sorfalo brings up bad funny things like cascading into Phage and casting her anyway. That's funny because there is an immediate payoff. What we are discussing here is what if my payoff took a very, very long time. It's also funny because you are losing instead of winning, and so there's subversion there. Like those are just actual comedic Legos that you can stack up to make any joke work. If we do coalition victory, where everything is monocolor, the expectation we are subverting is the expectation that I'm gonna run good cards. That's part of the way, but it's not like, that's not a very strong subversion. And so we mildly subvert the expectations of how we're going to do the victory, but the consequence of how we are subverting that victory is we make it take a very long time. Do we think that we are an interesting enough player, or that any of the monocolored permanents we play are interesting enough to justify I am playing an established strategy but making it take longer? Oh yeah, Shrinkledink, I get that, but I'm trying, like, I think a constant question I get asked is, well, what do you think about this funny deck? And so I'm attempting to use this as a learning opportunity for how you can investigate the funniness of any given bit. It's called Gospel Sesh for a reason. Legion, yes. If you cascade into a card, if you cascade into anything, you have the option to just leave it in exile. So you're never, or cascade is never going to force you to cast something. Okay, I still don't see Rice Quinn, so I'm gonna assume that when I rescheduled them, I fucked it up again, and I'm just going to be on the lookout. Be on the lookout for whenever the fuck they pop up. Little Mix Doom, thank you for the $2 super chat. Oops! Oh no. I don't know how to refund that, but we'll find out together, brother. Okay, is ATOGs with the same strat funny? Tell me why. Funny is not amorphous. As someone who is funny some of the time and is not funny all the time, funny is a science. There are artistic elements to it. There are some times where things are funny when you think they otherwise should not be, but don't. If ATOGs with the same strat is funny, with the strat of I'm doing coalition victory, why? Good jokes can be explained. If you cannot explain your joke, not funny. If you want to cascade, you just play slivers, right? That's the only correct answer. That's not true. If you want to play slivers, you probably cascade with the first sliver, but the inverse is not true. They're bad, but serve my strategy. Okay. So what you're trying to lean on is ATOGs are an ironic method of achieving this victory because they are bad. That's the irony. Is I'm doing this thing, but it's with bad cards. Next, we have to investigate the consequences of our own actions. For ATOGs, what are the consequences likely to be? So there's a Togatog who is probably your commander and just wins with coalition victory, right? So I wouldn't call that bad but serves my strategy. I would call that like good, but people may not think about the type of strategy this is good for. If we look at the other ATOGs, sure, bad but they serve my strategy. At most I'm going to get 2 colors. And then I have to assemble Dickhead Exodia. That's a funny sentence. I have to get like 5 different ATOGs who are all very bad. I was playing Prismatic Bridge. Jesus. So let's throw bad out of the window. If we're using Prismatic Bridge, the I get stuff for free every turn, bad is kind of gone. And so let's say we're doing a different 5-color commander. We don't have access to a Togatog because we have morals. We're not using Prismatic Bridge because we have morals. Now we're doing a bad strategy that can win in a position people would think it shouldn't be able to. That's where we're going to try to draw on irony. That is an okay premise. The big mistake deck builders make is they take a premise like that and then they go, since the premise is good, that means the deck is good and funny. And what we have to consider after the premise is what are the natural consequences of playing a game like that. If there are only 5 creatures in the deck that can work for us, we either need to fill the deck with tutors, which is going to bring us up brackets, and we're going to be using such good cards that the argument of, oh, I'm using bad cards, kind of falls flat. If we go, my deck's funny because it's bad, and then I go turn 1 Vamp Tutor, the hoes are kind of mad, and I'm sympathetic to them. I am the hose in this situation. If we go, okay, no tutors, I have 5 creatures in the deck that matter. How do I get to them? I presumably have access to all 5 colors. I can try to build some like Rube Goldberg machines, but mostly I need the game to go long. And so I have to be kind of a control player. Do I have backup plans? Like what we just saw with the Happily Ever After deck. The Happily Ever After deck, it's building stepwise towards its, combo win. But if it doesn't work, it's going to play Elish Norn and beat you to death with the army that it made along the way. That was the real friendship. With the ATOGs, unless we just play a like generic 5-color stompy strategy, I personally don't see how we keep the momentum up in the game and work towards this win. And so that's where I think ATOG's coalition victory falls apart. I think the premise does work. I think the execution of it, you end up needing to slow the game down more than a casual game would want to slow down, just for you to achieve this like funny win button. So I would not recommend it on those reasons. Another one I'm thinking of was only cards pre-coalition victory release. That premise is something you can work on. That's again, right? We're pulling on, we are subverting something. We are subverting the idea of, well, are we? I actually don't know if that premise works, because if we investigate that premise, we go, why is that funny? And we say, okay, is it funny because it's bad? And is that ironic in some way? I don't think that one is, because at the time they printed Coalition Victory, they put Coalition Victory in the game believing it to be a castable spell. They print bad cards all the time, but they don't print cards that are like, oh yeah, here's a card that's impossible to cast. And so only cards pre-Coalition Victory release just seems like, it seems like that type of halfway subversion of this is worse than the best thing I could do, but it's not really, it's not like finding a bug in a video game. It's not like you are playing the game in a way the developers did not intend or something like that, which is where you start to get those like big heavy subversions. So I really don't believe in that. All right, at this point, I'm going to pause the raffle ticket redeems, and we are going to redeem the first raffle winner. Review requests. Raffle ticket actual. Pause redemptions. We're going to see how many are in the queue. And then we're going to do random number generation to identify the winner. We currently have 756 people. 756 people. So that's going to be roll a 1D 756. That's D&D dice roller. Rolladie.net, my beloved. All right, 1D 756. Roll one time. We're going to go. Remember, everybody, 50-50 odds. Either you get it or you don't get it. Do you believe in miracles? 240. We're going to go all the way back. So, 250. It's almost certainly Robanubis. 250, 249, 248, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 240 on the dot. Robanubis, one spot in front of Helios. Helios, that's what you get for not buying all your entries at once. The meta refuses to be nailed down. Robanubis, in the free Discord, please put your deck in the Dear Malltown section. Wabbit and City Boy, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Gio, we've been it's because we've been live for 90 minutes. Because we got on early to do some other roast that had to be made up today, but I haven't seen one of the other people, so I think that I had a miscommunication with them. Oh, first time chatter too. Fuck yeah, Rob. Hell yeah. So Marty, it was almost you. Jello, it was almost you. Helios, it was very almost you. So the way this works, if you didn't get picked now, all of your entries are still in. As soon as we finish looking at Robin's deck, or Rob's deck, we're going to pull again, and all your entries stay in the pot. So do Rob's, save for the one ticket that we did claim. So I'm going to unpause the redemptions. You are allowed to continue buying tickets, but as more tickets get purchased, your odds get worse and worse and worse. Hell yeah, Link. I'm glad you appreciated it. My number one concern is customer satisfaction. I want everybody to leave these roasts feeling like they either enjoyed the bits, enjoyed the cards they got, or enjoyed both. So I'm glad to hear that we could give you some good card draw engines. Jomi, it looks like you're down in the 50 to 100 section. All right, these are open now. We're moving. Dark, we already drew and it was not you. All right, Rob's got it up. Oh, it's Architect. Oh, fucking. All right, so we're not doing Rob's deck. We're going to pull again and it's all going to be fine. That's the secret condition I didn't tell you about, is if you pull on Architect, I ban you from the stream and we don't look at your deck. I wish. We're almost certainly going to copy your junk over, though. All right, Architect. Merkul does cool stuff, I think. So, Lord of Bones, 7 mana. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, you may exile it. If you do, create a token copy of that card. I can see the Teferi's protection staring at me like an impressionist painting. But it becomes an enchantment. 30 lands, but 35 with MDFC on a 7 mana commander is aspirational as fuck. Okay. We have 13 pieces of ramp. Most of them being dorks makes sense. Draw. Bro's like a shiny collector in Pokemon. What the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, this is card draw. What the fuck is this? Majestic Genesis. For 8 mana, I flip the top 7. And I can put any number of permanents into play. Jesus. And I got Yawgmoth here too as a sack outlet. Okay, sure, whatever. We have too much removal, I would say. So hater removal. Win. This is the fucking... God, this is the Abzan equivalent of the low taper fade, man. The Turkish hair transplant in a fucking commander deck. Alright. So we are in the middle of good card cost go. We are overrunning... Hey, Chatterfang's here too. Beautiful. Beautiful. Chatterfang's here too. I'm amazed. I am amazed you held yourself back from the fucking Necropotence, brother. Fountain Watch. Insane. Fear of safety, yeah. I'd be a coward too if I was showing up with this deck. So it looks like the 2 ways this can go. The 2 ways this can go. Maybe the 3 ways this can go. Is... I play a bunch of Mana Dorks, and then I play Craterhoof and you die. I play a bunch of Mana Dorks, I play my commander. Boon of the Spirit Realm inevitably kills you with, like, Chatterfang tokens. What's fucked up is I'm always trying to find, like... I'm always trying to find the personality when I look at a deck. I'm always trying to find, like, where did we get the flavor include? Where did we depart from the correct thematic, the correct choices for our strategy? And where did we pick the thing that really makes us happy? And we picked goth mommies and money. Can't say I blame you. I cannot say I blame you. But God, do I wish we were on the same team. Alright, we're just, you know what? I'm exporting your ass right now. And we're going to Moxfield. Wait, no. Not all cards, not all cards. What the fuck is... Oh my god. I'm gonna fucking kill Architect. I hate this fucking... Is this... Okay, there's 100. Didn't you also choose goth mommies and money in real life? No, Charmander. I chose being silly. The money and the goth mommy followed me. Alright, import via text. There we go. And then we'll have to cut the second Merkul. I mean, there's no way this doesn't work, right? Like, this is like the pile of the 20 best cards from white, black, and green, and then some lands. There's Field of the Dead, too. Yeah, why the fuck not? Hey, why the fuck not? Alright, that hand doesn't work. Free mulligan. This hand works a little bit. Fuck you. I hate Nature's Laura Plains. Go fuck yourself. Turn 3. We fucking Sithis and then Jahira. Turn 4. Aura Shards. We have 1 in a colorless. We get to draw. We Sanctum Weaver. We get to blow up somebody else's Soul Ring. We can look for an enchantment. I'm not positive any one enchantment ties up the game for us right now. We can... Kinda sucks, actually. We can Beast Whisperer. To then Moonblessed Cleric. We get to... This is on cast, so we draw the card first. We're getting some enchantment to the top. I guess Sphere of Safety, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing other than cowering. We could have like Utopia Sprawled to make it cantrip. We have a legendary creature. We Sphere of Safety. Boom. We can Ajani's Chosen. Great, that also draws a card, because everything does. Because we're an Abzan money pile. Genuinely, I think what this deck needs is less good cards. Like that. Oh, Rice, you're here now. Okay, we can do you after. This is the first of the Raffle roasts. Because here's my thing, right? We're not... This is not nothing. No, I'm saying the opposite of perfect. This is not nothing. We are bracket 4. This is currently rated for Oppenheimer territory, and we've set up an incredible amount of card advantage and mana advantage while also kind of not really doing anything. Like we're like the perfect Bay Area tech bro. We have so much money. We have so many resources that it feels like our win should be inevitable, but because all of our energy is pointed towards what if my stuff made more stuff, it like... It certainly does not feel appropriate for bracket 4, first of all. And so maybe that can be amended by just dropping 1 or 2 game changes, and then we fit the bill of a meandering bracket 3. So we go, hell yeah, Sterling Grove. Sterling Grove, that draws us a card that makes us a 2/2. Like fucking advantage time. And maybe we storm off here. Maybe we do like Enchantress storm off. I tap a black, I tap a black. And I get a creature card from graveyard to hand. We don't have any because we're presuming that nobody's been mean to us. Is there a creature that could have been... No, I'm not going to give you that. So we... Boom, boom. Aura Shards is... fucking up everybody. Balaged Recovery doesn't do anything. We don't control a swamp. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 enchantments. So we can float 6 here. Like we could play Mercule, but it actually doesn't do anything for us. So I think we play Castle Lochthwain, float 6 mana, It all has to be black. Spend 3 of it to draw a card. And now we make... Oh my god, we make infinite mana and don't do anything. So we have a bunch of black mana. We can get white. So I think we can get like... It is actually important if we can do it on this turn or not. So we have 3 black mana floating. Green, green. White. We're missing 1 mana. So we do Soul Ring. We have an extra colorless. Using the extra colorless and the green, we Devoted Druid. We just put 1/1 counters on Devoted Druid to kill it. Comes back as a token enchantment. We draw 2 cards. And then we, with our infinite mana, we Helix Pinnacle, put 100 counters on Helix Pinnacle, win the game. Ugh. Ugh. It's not infinite do nothing. We got there. Don't doubt Abzan Money Pile, baby. Brad Pitt didn't make a movie about this shit for nothing, baby. Okay. Yeah. We win the game next turn, but we're on a... I mean, like, straight up, people do not have bracket, people do not have Bane of Progress strapped to their inner fucking thigh. So what I worry the most about is that seems like an appropriate, if saltine cracker flavored, like this deck is sponsored by Triscuit. That is an appropriate power level, win for bracket 3. Is we just kind of dirtled in the corner, and then we got infinite mana, and we use that infinite mana to achieve a non-combat win condition. I do not think this can fit in bracket 4. I've seen other attempts at Mercurial bracket 4, and I'm going to tell you, it's not a failure of you as a deck builder any more than it is a failure of mountain climbers that they're unable to get to the moon. Mercurial was not designed for that type of action. And so if you bring this into tables where we're doing like Thoracle Consult on the table, technically, where this deck currently is, if you drop, you're like 1 game changer from yeah, we're 1 game changer away from legally being in bracket 3. And I genuinely think your game changers would be much better off being tutors. Like the way you win the game is pretty straightforward. You make infinite mana and you pay infinite mana into a Finale of Devastation, or you pay infinite mana into a Helix Pinnacle. If you want the deck to feel more Goku, is the only adjective I can think of. If you want the deck to be more like an anime battle, then we need to... If you want the deck to feel more like an anime battle, it would require killing those infinite outlets. If we want the deck to be better, it simply has to be more narrow. We kind of just have... it's a deck I've been building since it came out. It gets good cards as I get them. So this is Abzan Frankenstein's monster. Like, I think you kill any card at random for Vampiric Tutor, deck is better. You kill any card at random for Imperial Seal, deck is better. You kill any card at random for Diabolic Tutor, deck is better. The things we are doing are so high power that the lack of tutors and this kind of like, I'm going to be good at everything all of the time energy is the main thing holding this deck back. I think it would be happiest at bracket 3. As I said before, don't think Mercule can do bracket 4 in a way that feels like a Mercule deck. But right now we've got a category 4. Yes, Rice, I told you could go right after we do this deck. Right now, I think this is like a category 3, not category 4, because category 4 is terminal. You've got a category 3 trade binder situation on your hands. Deck absolutely works. Deck has a critical mass of good cards in there. Most of the ways you win are powerful enough that not using tutors can sometimes come across as like petulant. So shoot Orasards, Bolas' Citadel, add some lands to crank it a bit more towards 3. I don't even know if you need to add lands. I think the things I would recommend killing are I would kill Bolas' Citadel and Orashards, and I would just turn these into tutors. This seems... I guess if you, like, storm through your whole deck, sure. And then it's probably... What I would recommend after that is shaving rather than killing a category. Like the Orashards and Bolas' Citadel is just in the good card category. You have other stuff that is a generically good card, but like the category makes sense. For example, Spinner of Souls. This is in my, oh, how do I double dip off of I have sacrificed? Something has died to Mercule. I want to get extra value off of that. How do I get extra value? Spinner of Souls does make sense. I feel like Recruiter of the Guard has to be better. In the sense of we have to pick an endpoint and we have to go to that endpoint. Once we get into bracket 3, bracket 4, like bracket 3 is not I'm speeding towards that endpoint with fast mana and every tutor in the game. However, Devoted Druid is like the best card in your deck. And so having a thing that is like, I could draw some cards, or I could guarantee that I get an infinite mana combo with my commander, typically a no-brainer. And I think it makes the deck a bit better, but I think it makes it better in the direction of focusing it. Whereas right now, it's really, really good, but you are man-spreading like a motherfucker. We do not show anybody this Helix Pinnacle because we do not want to die. We 3 visits Yavimaya. It's a forest, that's how that effect works. And now we have like ye old do nothing Destiny Spirit Spinner. So we have good card in a format that isn't commander, but I guess it's really good. It's really good if your commander's out because you get to scam it with your commander. Generically good card but does at least convert for our deck. Good card that converts for our deck, and then we just didn't get our setup. This is the type of hand where we're playing at a power level where like the fact that we can't tutor, we might as well be walking around with 3 toes, dog. So what do we get next? Hell yeah, another land. And maybe this playtest is just unlucky. Like maybe this one gets saved by Sylvan Library. Oh, we draw Devoted Druid, we win. That's actually probably a better Yeah, fuck these two things. We go this, we go Sanctum Weaver. We do not show people we have this. We take 4 to do Bop, 1 green. We have another green floating. Do we show, let's see, how many? We're going to be on 3 mana from Sanctum Weaver. Oh, we can cast Mercule next turn. So we do Devoted Druid this turn. And we tell people, Mercule, I win the game. So this is the type of run out that our deck really, really wants to have, and I think is appropriate at bracket 3 and is not going to survive in bracket 4. And so I think Endurance as your interaction is fine. And from here we do like Majestic Genesis, Finale of Devastation for Craterhoof Behemoth. Job done. God, I hate Doomwake Giant. It just feels so just like in the middle of the combo. By the way, my fart monster has farted 18 times. But I think that's all that's wrong here. Critical mass of good cards. We have a terminal case of like value ADHD, and we can correct that just by shaving some stuff down for tutors in the direction of what our outs are. And right now our out is like devoted druid into, what was that fucking card? Obviously Helix Pinnacle, or is that sorcery? Into Majestic Genesis or into Finale of Devastation. I don't think any of the other green tutors are like crazy good here, but you could do stuff like Court of Calling too, but that is where I would take it. We are I think we're getting towards here. Actually, I'm gonna put it in the corner here. Just a little too unfocused. You got the spirit though. You got the spirit. You absolutely have the fucking booster pack luck. So God bless you, Rob, and thank you for submitting. You could do Torment too. The problem with Torment is our current infinite mana outlet is in green only. We are doing, if we're not doing it with green mana, we are not fucking doing it. Majestic Genesis should not be switched to Genesis Wave, you crazy motherfucker. We're going to do the Emmanuel ad break, and then it's time for Rice Quinn, and then we are pulling another winner. And I am going to use the bathroom, and we'll be right back. Great, I am glad you enjoyed, Rob. Why, Jace's cat? I will answer this before I piss. Never mind, you should. I was thinking of the wrong card. Go fuck yourself. You know what? I'm banning you. Fuck you. Fuck you. What was I thinking of? I was thinking of Primal Surge, I think. Yeah, don't put this card in, like I said. Put this card in, like I said, and like Jace's cat was so rudely advocating against. Alright, we'll be right back. Excellent. Kingdom Gene, thank you for the 40-bit cheer for the stay toxic thing. What if we say Buster Sword is mid? Bone Lord, I'll fucking get you. Alright, perfect. Bunch of raffle tickets going. That's fine, because it's time for Rice Quinn, who has a commissioned roast. Buster Sword is expensive? That's not true. You see this? Scryfall has a built-in lie device. It will tell you down here what it's worth to speculators, to collectors. If you're just playing Commander, it's going to be about 1/100th of this. Maybe even less. Alright, let's pull up Bryce's deck. This is... Where the fuck are you? Silly, spooky. It's time to play a game of real skill. Come on down to Usuri's Casino. Okay. Okay. I gotta get into character. Hold on. Okay. My mom never took me to the park. My dad told me he would only love me if I made a certain amount of money. I got dumped in high school for a jock whose parents bought him a Mustang. Okay. I am now in the headspace. This is a no fear Usuri deck. No silly cheating thumb, no puny lifelink. I do have Figaro though. My goal here is to mostly let chance do its thing and get my opponents to play as many games with me as I can. I will tempt with mayhem my game of chaos and scream at anyone who refuses to copy it or coin flip down with me because they have a better board state. I still like winning, and the deck is a bit stronger than it might appear. Turns out even if you don't go the soft play route, you still draw a decent amount. I'm just looking for general advice and fun effects I might be missing. Particularly interactions, and stuff like Scrambleverse isn't so engaging to resolve. Or tell me to be an adult and put more counterspells in, since I might have to start playing against dragons soon. Final thoughts. After goldfishing, I realize that there's a fair amount of the cards that say coin flip and should be funny end up just not being played, and it's not completely unreasonable that the deck will not put anything on the board until turn 6 except for Usuri, which swings every turn and punches me in the face. Despite a lot of searching, I'm not certain I truly have a critical mass of funny spells to cast. Okay. I'm instantly going to accuse you of wrong commander. Sight unseen, wrong commander. I love gambling. My conviction deepens. So we have Usuri, who lets you choose a number of coins. You flip those coins. For each one flip, you draw a card. For each lost flip, 2 damage hits you. If you win 5, you get Omniscience. That is amazing. And I think the most concise way I can explain why I don't like Usuri as the head of a gambling deck is they tend to not pick the CEO of casinos based on who spends the most time playing blackjack. Can we agree to that? So Usuri, champion gambler. I do not believe Usuri owns a casino. There's 38 lands, very real of you. Arena of Glory is very clever. Dominic Mayer, you absolute goat. What in the holy fuck? Is this an art thing? It is, okay. These do look good. Mom, I hit the jackpot. Doesn't do anything. This doesn't fucking do anything. Please respect the rules of the establishment. You said you wanted me to convince you to have more counterspells? I think this is wrong. I think this is wrong. spinning the roulette wheels extra fast. And by extra fast, you mean that, like, where's the Chris Evans jog? Hold on. Where is it? No, it's not him running. There's a little scene where, you know the little like white man hustle? When you're in an intersection and there's a car waiting for you? That's what the extra fast here is. The casino. Alright, so on a coin flip, treasure tokens. We have the actual commanders of our gambling deck. We have Stormkiln, who I could see this being the house always wins. The clientele, we have the other commander who could head the gambling deck. We have generic card advantage. Sure. The best game in town. So this is where it is. So we have, if our gimmick is we want people to play games with us, we have less than 20. Because our commander is a card draw engine, we're probably going to see more than one of these a game. But not too many more. This one's terrible. Nobody cares. Like, this is we need people to, if we're engaging people in games, we have to make them care. You have to put yourself in the mindset of the guy from Saw. There has to be stakes that matter to them, and for you to get stakes that matter, how the fuck do we do it? If you had Zinder Split, if you had Tavern Scoundrel, if you had those two guys, the stakes of this game now matter. For Mana Clash, I think genuinely same deal. If you had Zinder Split, if you had Tavern Scoundrel, maybe for this one like Okaun, then we have stakes that matter. Goblin Bomb, no one ever fucking cares. I mean, eventually, if you get to 5 fuse counters because your table is deaf and can't hear the ticking noise. Goblin Kaboomis, I think same thing. We have, so what we're doing is we have generic is it good stuff, 85% of the way. You got Niv Mizzet, you got Omniscience. You are not beating the Spellslinger allegations right now. And then we have a bunch of things that say flip a coin on them. This is meant to be where the main action of the deck is happening. The problem is, Yusri does not give a fuck about it. Yusri is at his private poker game. Yusri is about his bag. Yusri cares only about the coins that he fucking flips. He is not paying attention to the coins that anybody else is flipping. And so coin flipping support can be like a coherent Yusri deck. But when you try to do Yusri's in charge of a deck that wants to be about coin flipping, the mechanics of the bit don't match up to the energy you're trying to present. It does work for Oko and Zinder Split because they flip their own coins and they care about any coins that are getting flipped anywhere. So that's perfect. Krark is Spellslinger shit, he barely cares. And so we have a bunch of cards that are bad, and some cards in our deck can make them good, but if we don't get them, the whole thing is really just kind of I yell a lot. Is it screeching? The house always wins. Sure. Always is a very strong word. Like Wop Sword on a flyer. Hell yeah. I think this is like breaches. I would at least believe, hey, this is Yusri's friend. This is Yusri's friend who enables his gambling. Like, you could get a deck where you did a lot of gambling that was with Usuri, but I think if you're doing that, all of the mini games has to have stakes. Like this is, where was that one, like, no, there was this one like super rundown, shitty, like one room amusement park, and that's what I'm feeling out of here. Hydro powered, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Willy Wonka, yeah. Disaster. We put Usuri's head on this poor woman, and we have your deck. So I would recommend, like, full makeover. I will playtest it just to see how it moves, but full makeover. Oh, this fucking sucks. Perfect. Scalding Tarn, what am I cracking it for? An island, because that's what I saw first. Mountain. I cackle and I shout. I cackle and I shout while representing Tybalt's trickery. I cackle and I shout more. I misdrise village. I big score a land away. I have treasure tokens now. Next turn, I Usuri. Next turn, I Niv Mizzet. So now I name 5 coins, because that's just how the card works. Tails, so heads is going to be win, because go fuck yourself. So lose 1, lose 2, lose 3, win 1. So we take 8. But we draw 1 card, Niv Mizzet deals 1 damage to somebody. So now, and here's how it happens. Here's how it happens. Here's how your deck's bit dies. You put Mana Clash on the stack. You're gambling, right? But Niv Mizzet sees that shit and he triggers. So who cares about the coin flip? I'm drawing a card for Niv Mizzet. With this still on the stack. That's not there. I counterspell myself. Fuck gambling. Niv Mizzet is here. I draw another card. We'll say we got 2. We mill that many cards. Then we get Zamon's Hypothesis. Niv Mizzet sees that shit. We draw another card. We're going to put a counter on him and choose Odd to bounce all of the other fuck-ass creatures to hand. Bone Lord, we have King of Figaro in the deck. We have treasures. So we hit people with what? Prisoner's Dilemma. This is a game with stakes. Niv Mizzet sees that shit, so we draw another card. So we've had 1 turn that had Usuri in it. That turn was powered entirely by Niv Mizzet. And if we keep playing this out, we flip 5 coins again. So let's see. Lose 1, win 1, lose 1, lose 1, win 1. So we get 2 cards. Niv Mizzet sees that, he begins shooting people. We flood like a bitch and die. Maybe we draw cards because other people cast instants and sorceries, but even if they do, they're probably going to be to blow up Niv Mizzet. The stuff we can play from here... We have Okun, who's mildly threatening. We have Goblin Kaboomist, who doesn't fucking matter. We have 20-toed Toad, who doesn't fucking matter. And so, what I would reorient this around is, do I want a gambling deck, or do I want a deck about a gambler? Because if I have Usuri, and my deck is about a gambler... I would lock myself more behind. I have a couple pieces of coin support, and then I have ridiculous things Yusri would spend his gambling winnings on. This doesn't have to be an omniscience combo, but it would be like, my first thought, if I was building a Yusri deck, I would put this in, because this is 100% what an idiot gambler would purchase if he ever won. Or there's like a big statue, right? Yeah, I won at gambling, and so I bought a statue of myself. You could also do extra combats as like double or nothing. But I think what's missing here is there's a big disconnect between what the deck wants to do and what the 99 wants to do. They both kind of want to do Dirtle. You could do triple triad, but I think that's doubling down in the wrong direction. I think all of the things that are like, what if I did even more random ha-has? Like, maybe this one works because it at least doesn't force people to watch you flip coins or roll dice in something. So am I putting in the thumb, or do I have to do a line of coke before every Yusri attack so I can find the heart of the coin? Both are wrong. Both are you said two totally wrong things. Back to back to back. A gambler would buy a very wrong sword. Like, what I think you're missing here is you're following the wrong character. In the world in which we are trying to make this deck a story, you are following the wrong character. Yusri does not want to be the commander of this deck. Okun and Zendersplit want to be the commander of this deck. Niv Mizzet's just kind of here as the world's greatest security guard. But if we want it to be a Yusri deck, we have to think about, like, why? Niv's the floor manager? Yeah, sure, but like I think the point remains that Yusri is a member of the casino, and Yusri is not the casino. And so if we want to do a deck about the gambling experience, Yusri isn't involved in any of this gambling. He doesn't give a fuck. All of this gambling is happening around him, but none of it affects him. Yusri is a counterweight commander that helps cover card draw and occasionally causes hype moments. That's the opposite of what we said in the primer Tift. That could be a direction we go in, but then we need the deck to be actually oriented around that. And like, I think that's the thing is Yusri a guy who is not critical to the deck, or is Yusri the main character that we want to be following with the camera at all times? If Yusri is the main character, I would build the deck more around, like, what would an absolute idiot gambler spend their winnings on, such that any turn where I did win 5, it worked out, but it's never going to happen. Everyone's going like, why the fuck is... I want everyone to know every single individual card in the deck that people have called out is like, why the fuck is this not in here? It is in here. It is in here. Everybody set up your annual fucking eye doctor's appointment after this stream. Every single fucking one. I think the only thing that hasn't been in there is extra combats, which people All right, so let's taper this in a little bit. Mechanically, the deck is capable of functioning. I think this is an unmitigated failure in terms of vibe, and if we want to fix it in terms of energy, we need to have a better understanding of what interactions are we seeking to drive hype moments. That's what I feel is the main miss here, is we have a commander who's never coming up 5 heads, who is kind of just flipping coins. Maybe he draws me some cards. He definitely makes me lose the game. And it really seems like we want to be playing Oka Unzinder split. And this guy is just like you tag this guy the regular, and then you move on. Because the rest of the deck is, I went to the Magic the Gathering card store. I walked up to the nice man at the counter and I said, "Give me everything you have with coin flip on it." And he said, "Really? A lot of the coin flip cards are quite bad, like Desperate Gambit." And you said, "I said everything. It is necessary for the personality of my deck." And then you flapped a trench coat and you walked out. And if we're doing, it has to say coin flip. It's these guys. It's these guys every fucking time. I see. I understand now that the point of this game is that your friends no longer want to play Jackbox with you. And the goal is to recreate the Jackbox experience with a friend group that has banned you from ever having the buzzer. All right. There's the energy. There's the energy. Fuck yeah, Liar's Pendulum. They guess right, because I'm a fucking idiot. It's actually, whatever, it's turn 4. We name 5. Win, loss, loss, win, loss. We draw 2. Then we don't fucking do anything. Win, loss, 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 loss. Great. Draw 1 card. I get Tavern Scoundrel now. I've lost like half my life to my commander. I play this guy. I draw 5 cards. I get to play cards for free. Everybody casts consequence. Everybody picks consequences because they don't want me to win the game on the spot. God, I hate this. I'm trying to see the vision and it's giving me an eye strain migraine. So we fucking flip a bunch of shit away. We do more gambling. We turn a land into... Oh, we gamble for Niv Mizzet. Then we want anything but an 11 here. 7. Who cares what we fucking discard? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Discard a land. Niv Mizzet. And now we're just like winning. Now we're just winning the game. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, okay. So let's try to hone in on the interaction we did talk about, which is Game of Chaos. I want to be able to Game of Chaos people. Yeah, this is not a Yusri card. Like, this is another Okun and Zender split card that we, like, I think we could, okay. I'm going to try to save this patient. Because the deck goes from, holy shit, this sucks and does nothing, to, holy fuck, how did you not win the moment we play Edgar. I hate that level of variance. That is my, if that is one of your favorite Commander experiences, disregard this advice section. I hate that with my whole chest. If I ever have a deck that is like, where the pendulum is swinging this far, but you see, if I get an advantage from Game of Chaos, then my opponent won't go all the way down with you. They don't have to, huh? If I play Game of Chaos and I have... Well, wait, hold on. If you are breaking my brain in half. If I get an advantage from Game of Chaos and my opponents won't go all the way down with me, then why are they in the deck? The advantage is in the room with us. We've already put the advantage in here. This entire deck should be Jackbox. I hate this so much. My heart is so empty looking at this because it's so like... Okay. We can win the game. The deck is capable of winning the game. That is a point in its favor. It seems like this is a Commander's deck designed to, in as many places as possible, not play Commander. Like, play these weird mini games instead of playing Commander. This is it fun stuff instead of is it good stuff? Tift, you're so close to getting banned forever. You're so fucking... Like, if it was is it fun stuff, I would be so in on it. But it is it good stuff? It's is it good stuff, but like half of the cards say coin flip on it for no reason. Because all of the stuff that we're doing that is making any of this turn on is, okay, here's my Is It Goofy Stuff deck, and then here's my really fucking good card that is holding the entire deck together. Like, if we don't resolve Edgar, if we do not resolve Edgar, this deck is a country where its primary export is videos of them flipping coins and yelling. Yeah, we have a load-bearing Niv Mizzet, a load-bearing blonde man, and everything else about the deck wants to be an Okun Zinder split deck. And so if Yusri is the commander, specifically because we want people to Game of Chaos with us all the way down, like, that's just wanting a thing that isn't the game. You know, you can ask people to flip a coin with you, right? Let's see if we can cover that. Okay, real question. What is It Fun Stuff? Because I could not for the life of me find more things under that listing. I mean, that's why I suggested going for what would Yusri purchase if he wanted gambling. Jokes are equations. Like, jokes are equations. It's not this randomness. Randomness does not equal funny. I think that's a core mistake that every Magic player makes at some point in their career. See, Sorfalo just made it talking about Warp World. I believe randomness can be funny if nope, still not funny. Still not funny. Here's the central problem. Funny is an intensely personal thing. Some people in the world think that Scramble versus funny. It's one of my, or Possibility Storm is a better example. I think there is like not a 50-50 split, but there is a statistically meaningful split if you polled the entire world of Magic players and asked them if a Possibility Storm got conjured into the middle of your next Commander game, would that be fun or would that suck? And so you can't pick a deck of funny cards. It is a statistical impossibility. You can make a deck of funny cards for a specific play group. If your pod likes playing LOL random Tumblr memes in cardboard format, then yeah, doing like, we're going to gamble as much as possible, we're going to Game of Chaos, we're going to Scrambleverse, then that can be funny. If you're looking to bring this to Gen Pop, or more realistically, if people are resistant to your currently funny cards, then it's probably not the energy that we want to be bringing. A commander I often think is very funny is like Ian Malcolm Group Hug. Next person who recommends a card that has been in the deck and we have resolved in the playtest is getting banned for the duration of this stream. Like, this is a type of... Remember, funny is an equation. Funny is not an amorphous thing that we cannot deduce. Funny is a scientific thing. Ian Malcolm can subvert traditional game plans while still keeping the momentum high. Particularly if you do the group hug to make people draw multiple cards a turn, then we have this big pile of stuff that everybody gets to play with. Unpredictable things are going to happen. That can be funny. Funny is Pathbreaker Ibrex in your 1/1 token deck with no power enhancers. And the thing is, there's nothing in Ian Malcolm that prevents you from running Game of Chaos. Yeah, so what we want is we want mini games that have but the mini game has to have a stake. And so the stuff we like, invert polarity. We're flipping a coin, very big stakes here. Either I get your thing or nobody gets it. Chance encounter, sure, that's just a usury card. Prisoner's Dilemma, stakes are very high, and I can cast them again. This is completely fucking ridiculous. You did have triple triad, beautiful. This is like... This I don't think hits the mark. This just says, this is a heads I win, tails you lose card. Which if you're trying to do a bad deck that is funny... If we want to gamble, yeah, we're missing Dance with Calamity. Dog Sauce, you're so right about Mesmeric Orb. Oh, it's right there. Vine Boom myself. Vine Boom myself. And we have... I think this deck requires improv lessons more than it requires card suggestions if we're seeking to make this a funny deck. I don't think Yusri is the captain of a funny deck, quite frankly. Like, this man is funny to you, and that is very important. Every commander deck you make should be interesting to you, bare minimum. Hopefully, it's funny to you. I do not think it is capable of making a deck where this man is funny externally, outside of people laughing when you hit yourself. And that is like 4th grade physical humor level comedy. If we want to make a deck that is wacky and is random, if we do Gem Pop... Alright, so you do stand up. That's probably necessary to make you survive playing this game. Oh, it's just in such a weird place. I'm trying to find any part of the deck that I want to... preserve. Like, sure, Attempt with Mayhem, but I think this goes into the Ian Malcolm deck. Sure, Spark Double, but I think that also goes into the Ian Malcolm deck. Same goes for, like, Guff Rewrites History. Same goes for, like, Prisoner's Dilemma. Like, I think if you want to do... Here is my Commander's Casino, that's a Jeff Goldblum moment. If you want to do here is my Commander's Casino, but also I try to win the Commander game, that's a Okuun and Zender Split moment. The deck as is not only gambling the cards, say gambling on them, and you are gambling at the beginning of the game about how good it's going to be. And I view those as like totally unsalvageable. I've had other people who are like, that is the thing that I want. That is the thing that I want out of my commander deck, because I want it to give me a totally random experience. Gotta go outside. Only fix for that I've ever come up with. And so I am putting you in YouTube short jail. I would very much recommend either Ian Malcolm become the commander or Okaun Zindersplit come the commander, but this seems like a deck where the only thing that could make these cards funny is you having a stone cold zinger for every single card you play. Which, if you do stand up, not impossible, but I do want to impress upon you, this is a deeply unfunny strategy. If you have a sick one-liner for Desperate Gambit, hell yeah. If you have a sick one-liner for Mana Clash, go off king. Otherwise, put the Jeff Goldblum in the fucking bag. It doesn't have to be a new one if this is ever going to Gen Pop. That's the thing. You can reuse jokes in Gen Pop. That's fine. You can iterate. To be honest, I got the same vibe. I build far more normal decks, but I wanted to see if there's some secret sauce that I didn't have the Scryfall knowledge for. It's this guy. 100%. If you want to do... Like, you can do Ian Malcolm board game night, and that will go off. That will go off. This is just like... Ironically, even though he says gamble on him, this is the most, like, mechanically straightforward deck you can build in Is It. Because you just build, I cheat at the coin flip, and then I combo off. This is your guy for, I want to play minigames. And then you can shove all of the minigame shit in. And then people will at least, like, approach it with the right energy of this is some type of group huggery. And then Homunculus Horde can still come in and try to save you. You could do, like, Game of Chaos, Prisoner's Dilemma. But genuinely, I would just be focused on copying and recurring the best ones. So I'd be like, how the fuck can I cast Invert Polarity as many times as possible in this commander game? How many times can I cast Game of Chaos? How many times can I cast Prisoner's Dilemma? How many times can I would don't make copies of Triple Triad. You know, how many times can I dance with Calamity if I refuse to stop hitting below 13? And then I think you can get something going. But that's the best world we could live in. Opinion on entropy and thermodynamics as a concept. I'm a broken man. I was trying to see if there's a combo I could use to make infinite copies of Game of Chaos to force my opponents to run it down with me no matter what. Ooh. I don't like that, but I'm sure there is. Like I don't think you can... The problem with that is resolving that is so resource intensive. As your doctor, don't do that. I think you go Ian Malcolm. But yeah, then it's like, what if, haha, we flipped 40 coins? And like, I think the core thing to keep track of is when we try to do decks like this, our goal is to prevent people from playing Commander. If we add onerous mechanics on top of that, everyone's mad. Everyone's mad. Doesn't matter how funny we are. Because even if we can combo, like people, and this is a Gen Pop rule. This is not if you have a specific play group that you know, oh, they play a lot of Commander. They're okay with having their games hijacked with these non-Commander strategies. If we're going to like FNM, people are there to play Commander. If I sit down to play Commander and my friend is like, this is my brand new deck, the whole point of the deck is it turns the game into Uno, I'm genuinely mad at that person. I'm not gonna fucking shout at them because I'm an adult. I'm not gonna like storm off. But yeah, if I get to play Commander like one time that week and I have a new deck I want to try and they're like, guess what, motherfucker? Uno! Like, I'm probably not playing with you again. And so that's the thing you have to be very, very careful about. And it's why I like Ian Malcolm mini games, because Ian Malcolm is going to keep the momentum up pretty high. On the Universes Beyond flavor a bit. I mean, fucking Proxy Yusri's art in here, dog. Proxy like Yusri sitting at a desk. We got there's a million ways to get the art we want. If looking at Jeff Goldblum's face is what's fucking with you. All right, manual ad break time, and then we're pulling the next raffle winner. Rice, thank you for putting up with that beating. I can at least see the angle you're trying to work, and I am here to confirm it does not fucking exist. We'll be right back. Okay, gamers. I don't know if it's just me, but my friends don't play Commander often, and when we do, these kinds of mini games make games memorable and exciting, even if the gameplay itself isn't. That is a valuable perspective because mine is the opposite. I tend to get to play. I've been able to play less and less Commander the more it has become my job, and it may be a consequence of the fact that my Commander job is about trying to make the game funny and exaggerated. But for me, if I don't get to if I go to play Commander and I don't get to, and it's a hard chaos deck, like some mini games for sure, like if it is one resolution of Prisoner's Dilemma, or if it is like an Atali gets played. When I'm talking about a minigame, I mean like the card Camouflage. Jeff, thank you for the Twitch follow. And Drivetrain, thank you for the 5 months at tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. I spelled it wrong. You may rearrange your attacking creatures and place them face down, revealing which is which only after defensive chosen. If this results in impossible blocks, illegal blockers cannot block this turn. Yeah, this is fucking dope. But this is, again, a mini game with stakes where players remain in control of their actions. Like, yeah, that's real as hell. I like that. It's the mini games that I don't like are, this is a mini game where the consequences either don't matter or the consequences are I win every time. Don't like those. Or if it's a mini game like Possibility Storm where it's my agency is now gone from the game. Those are the mini games I don't like playing if I'm not playing often. If I'm playing often, even those are a good palate cleanser. Then Sudsball is saying, I mentioned this earlier. Could you agree or disagree about how I feel like there's 2 bracket 4 style decks? One deck is utilizing all of the tools available at bracket 4, and the other is just a bracket 3 deck with 4 game changers and an infinite combo. I mean, agree, but also there's like 18 different bracket 4 decks if we're using that type of semantic reasoning, or there's 20 different types of bracket 3 decks. What you're really saying is there are good bracket 4 decks and there are bad bracket 4 decks, which is tautologically true. But like, yeah, this is, so I think what you, Sudsball, what you are observing, with that like 2 different types of bracket 3 or bracket 4 decks is there are people who build decks as a deck, and there are people who build decks 1 card at a time. What I mean by that is people who are building for a cohesive strategy, and people who see a good card and go, can this good card fit into my pre-existing strategy? I'm going to slot it in. And they power their deck up that way. That typically leads to you creep up a bracket while your overall strategy is still too weak. So this leads to bracket 3 decks that should be bracket 2 decks, but they have Rhystic Study in. Or a bracket 3 deck and you have like Tef Pro and Tutors, whatever the fuck the game changers are. You get a bracket 3 deck that should be a fucking precon. It just has a couple of really good cards in. Or a bracket 4 deck that should be a bracket 3 deck, but they just shoved in like Bolus's Citadel, Necropotence, every tutor in the game, Tef Pro, just to have it. This is just based on what I see on stream. Well, yeah, I think the stream population is a little bit different because it's specifically sending in decks to get looked at. it's rare that we see decks that have no problems on this stream, because part of the stream is improving the decks. Like if instead this was you pay me $70 and I tell you a commander to build an incredibly reasonable deck around, I think everybody could do that. What we're seeing on stream is like, this is where I've tried to stretch myself. This is where I've tried to upgrade a deck into a power level I'm not comfortable with. I'm trying to do a color combo I've not built before. I'm trying to do a funny gimmick. Like the decks that are just like, oh yeah, this is my Selesnya token deck. It runs like butter, no problems. It's not that those don't exist. It's a, why would you pay to have those looked at type deal. It's people are coming here for like, this is my deck that makes me go, oh, this sounds funny. How the fuck do I make this work? Or I think I've made this work, but I'm not sure. What's up, Madra? And so we get a lot of weird shit on stream because we get a lot of stuff like, this is the place for the things you are uncomfortable about. Anyway, I'm going to pull up the raffle entries again. We're going to pause the redemptions. How many are we up to? We have grown to 907 raffle entries. Melons, we're still in the middle of it. This is going to be a 1D 907. 891. So it is somebody who has just entered. Somebody who did not hold their points for last month. 891, so we're going to go to the bottom here. So Sarim's 900. 99, 98, 97, 96, 95, 94, 93, 92, 91. Alice, the Axolotl. You are the winner. Melons, yeah, the max per person is 10 entries. So Alice, please dump that deck into the Dear Maldhound. Dale, thank you for the $10 super chat. Hey boss, Prisoner's Dilemma is an example of my favorite politics. Causes my table to create vendettas against each other while I grin at the chaos I have created. Any suggestions for similar cards? We just did we just spent an hour talking about it. Why stop now? But Dale, thank you very much for the 10. Camouflage won't do it because that's an instant. So what we're talking about is type of spell that requires teamwork and makes them mad at each other, but not mad at me. Could Turf War do it? Probably not. The thing is, Prisoner's Dilemma is like the first real banger for that. Turf War could do it. You would have to give up your land really quick, but this is another way to really incentivize swinging, and people are stealing lands from each other. I also like Gonti quite a lot. Yeah, as Myth is suggesting, the Gonti plus Lantern of Insight, so let people knowingly rob each other. That can also make some pretty big grudges. Sadistic Shell Game. I don't believe in this one as much. This is more of a like heads I win, tails you lose situation, where if you are playing against idiots, they will blame each other. If you happen to be playing Commander with the Three Stooges, Sadistic Shell Game will make your table hate each other. If you are playing it against anybody else, they will pick and then they will go, damn, don't we hate Jerry for making us do that? All right, let's grab Alice's deck. Chatzuk's Band. Oh my god, it's a fucking playtest card. This is a spooky deck that uses banding because I think it's funny. I will refer to both attackers and blockers as a band for the sake of simplicity. Bait is used as removal, forcing blockers so the band can kill multiple creatures with one attack. Damage sponges are bodyguards. Elish Norn is the only card that has any synergy. Alright. Spellbook and Reliquary Tower are overrated. Dire Wolf got put in the timeout corner. Okay, let's see if this works at all. What the fuck is this card? Banding. Just ask around until you find somebody who knows. He's a 2/2. Creature spells with banding cost 2 less. Whenever 2 or more creatures you control attack in a band, each creature in that band gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature in that band. I hate that this was my first thought, but Alice, I feel like whatever we do here has to be worse than just playing a bunch of like big booty creatures, banding them with Chatzuk, and attempting to trample through for commander damage. Because the +1/+1 disclaimer doesn't require us to have banding creatures. It just requires us to band them to Chatzuk. Alright, so bait. Okay, so this is how we're forcing people to block. Real, 6 mana. Horrible, but real. Banding. Oh my god, these are horrible. Not even banding. Gains banding with planes. Only one non-banding creature can be in a band. Ah, okay. That's good. That's good. So we have to be playing banding creatures. This still... Oh, this is so bad. A 4 mana 2/2 elephant. Card draw. We are not a serious person. We are not a serious person. Damage sponge. So what is damage sponge doing? Oh, okay. So we can prevent damage. A thing that just has pro Grixis. $34 lands, but like, what's this curve? Hell yeah, and most of these are fake numbers because our commander's discounting. Trample. Okay. I have to regress to mathematics because this is making my head hurt so bad. I think the first question this deck is demanded to answer in a court of law is, where is Craterhoof? First of all. Because our strategy, right, like we're doing, this is the coalition victory, but it's Atog's deck. We're doing the most Selesnya strategy ever, which is I'm going to get a very wide board, and then I'm going to beat you to death with hammers. That's going to put us in a very awkward spot about picking and choosing what gets to stay and what gets to go. Because, like, we have Urza's Saga, we have Gaia's Cradle at home. And then we have Toski, which he can participate in the band. But this is one of those, I want us either... I want us either like all in on this fucking bit, or the deck just plays Magic. I refuse to believe you get to Spooky. Let me see. You get Soul Ring turn 1. Maybe that will do it for you. So I Yavi Maya. I Soul Ring. I play this tap land to get access to white. I play a Yanawar Elves. I play my commander. So I can't get the white to do it. Ugh, God, this hurts. So I played my commander. I think I just have to play Karametra this turn. Because if I don't play Karametra, I'm never getting the planes necessary to play the terrible banding cards. Sir Mandrill, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Alright, so now for 1 white, I can Benelish Infantry. Please tell me this plains comes out untapped. God damn it! I Brawn. And I get another plains out. And then maybe like next turn I can lure the Brawn to get it into my graveyard. So I can Urza's Saga. Banding, baby. Motherfucking banding, baby. Does this get us to 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. This is so bad. This is so fucking bad. So Karametra is the card that matters. Beautiful. We can move to combat. All of these have haste because I fucking said so. So this would be... We can swing 5 as a band. We get 1 non-banding creature, which should be Karametra. So +5/+5. So everything gets +5/+5. We put all the damage into our indestructible creature. That's actually pretty good. We don't have Trample online, but I guess we could if we put like... If we put Lure on Brawn, and then we swung Brawn at one person, and we swung this band at the other person, we deal like 7, 13, 19, 27, 30. We deal 30 fucking damage. Holy shit. Okay. I see the vision. I see the vision. I'm gonna upgrade my expectation of this deck. I was wrong. This is in fact Selesnya Elf Ball. But your elves happen to look different, and they are slightly more literate than than most elves. So with that in mind, I feel like most of what's wrong here is you have picked horrible, terrible card draw on purpose, and I don't think you need I think you're like crazy overrating the damage sponge section. I think we want like an indestructible creature and that's it. Because if you just had... If you had like Enduring Innocence and each of your... You know, if you had the entire Enduring Innocence and Associates package of Enduring Innocence, Welcoming Vampire, you can't use Tacasias because banding shit's way too expensive, but Enduring Innocence, Welcoming Vampire, Mentor of the Meek, because all these banding creatures are weak as fuck, and you just like got a card every time you played one, this is just every Selesnya deck ever. And then we fucking... I mean, Garruk's Uprising is kind of... Not kind of. It's very wasted on us. But this is another form of getting trample. Like, I think this is... Where is it? This part's weird as shit, and this is your weirdo budget. I think this is your whole weirdo budget, and these are the assholes you kill people with. And then it's, like, shockingly normal. It's shockingly normal and okay, and just straightforward, hey, I'm swinging a 30-30 at you. What do you do? For the band, obviously. For the band. So I like that. I think land tax is fine. But I feel like Soul's Majesty and really most of this damage sponge section could just be more card draw, because like you're the problem. This is why people hate jazz musicians. That's a deep fucking in-joke with my D&D group that none of you are gonna get, but I'll send it to them and they'll appreciate it. But this is why people kill... This is what happened to that town in Footloose before they killed rock and roll. Liked is a stretch. Liked is a stretch, Pikapuff. I think this is much less irresponsible than I first anticipated. I thought this was going to be... I thought we were going to be lost in the gimmick sauce, and we're not. This actually does... Holy shit, banding is just good. And all we need is we have to turn this stuff that's like, oh no, oh my god, how do I defend my band? You defend the band by being a group of fucking 8/8s. Kill these people. So I think this is too deep in the sauce. I think you actually get away with these truly ridiculous land count on account of everything in your deck is wildly inexpensive. Vigilance just seems like so overrated here. Like instead of Vigilance, I would just be doing main phase 1, Battle of Bywater, or I do Dusk Dawn, and I kill everything but my incredibly shitty banding creatures, and then my banding creatures becomes super big. So that's what I would do instead of Vigilance. I think a lot of card slots are dedicated to being afraid of Crackback, and genuinely the table should be afraid of you. Abragatu, alright? You're not doing anything to a combo player, but at like pre-con games or even upgraded pre-con games, I think they should be worried about you, and you should just be one-sided board wiping on the basis of power. Tiny meat gang only, and the deck just cooks. Okay, not this hand, but like, imagine if you could draw cards. Consider Benelish Hero can stop Galta on its own. I mean, yes, but like also you can just kill them. See, that's the PowerPoint talking. That is the PowerPoint inside you talk. That is a... Have you seen that Dropout show where they like convince people of something? That is your material for when you get on that Dropout show to talk about banding. That's not how you play this deck. Like, I think we do, you just hit them with the Hobbiton special, and then you just win the game. Like, it's just good enough that you just win the game, and you aren't allowed to pontificate about your bit because it's just Selesnya creature smash. Delny is here just to give our commander a second trigger. I would not recommend Delny over card draw engines, but if once we get fixed on card draw, Delny could probably be played. Danny, thank you for the 12th month in a row. 1 year of gooning with that Prime sub, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. So I don't fuck with you as a person, but I fuck with this deck, and you just gotta kill a lot of this section. We're on this flank. I think we're under the impression that we're quirkier than we are, and if you don't get this goddamn Gaia's Cradle the fuck out of my face right now. Right fucking now. You're just playing a good deck. You are not, ooh, I'm a small British orphan. I can't even afford porridge. Don't I get a Gaia's Cradle? You put 30 damage into somebody turn 6. You're basically a Voltron player. You're just a Voltron player with a saxophone. Get the fuck out of here. Latina Troxa, thank you for the Twitch follow. Goose with a grudge, and the only one, so yeah. Thank you as well. Welcome to the doghouse. We're going to do another manual ad break and pull the next winner. That is disgusting. You also do have enough creatures, notably, to make this a Lurking Predators deck. Alright, you all have as long as I'm peeing to purchase raffle tickets. I will be right back. All right, we are back from the bathroom, and it's now time to pull our next winner. How many are we up to? 9:48. We got 40 additional entries in the time I was gone. $2.99. We are going back to the first third of the stream. Too far. The $2.99? Yeah. So whoever is second from the bottom. Whoever's on the bottom, you're shit on. Magic Mirror, you're shit on. Thorfalo, if you space these out right, it might be you. Bone Lord, might be you. Let's see. It is Yu-Gi-Oh! 3D Master sneaking in front of Gorbash. Amazing. Post your shit. Post your shit right now, 3D. I will unpause redemptions. Pectus, the deck Alice sent in, this shit just works. They tried to act like they were on some quirky bullshit, and it was in fact, what if my commander was Diet Craterhoof? This is the Costco hoof. Bro's throwing a hot dog directly at your skull, and it is killing you from the sheer velocity. Magic Love Muffins, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Kirkland hoof. This isn't a testament to banding, it's a testament to +1/+1, which is a testament to banding. Shut up. Magic Love Muffins, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Okay. My brew of Mald's favorite Final Fantasy character, complete with various means of mana and fueling the thievery, including, of course, board wipes, because Kefka would tell you, destruction without death is boring. Was the content warning. Alright, Google, show me this guy's balls. That's not a commander, that's an FBI profile. A deck made simply to enable the Kefka power fantasies, because as Mald so eloquently put it, that guy's cool as shit. Alright. So let me just... You need this, first of all. I don't give a fuck what's in the deck. Or actually... No. No, you don't. I take that back. Okay, we have a 7 mana commander who on end step randomly robs everybody. We get to cast those spells for free, and it also causes life loss. So thankfully, we can just commander max. If we just play our commander and our opponents have things in their graveyard, we get there. So what's our ramp? We can't fucking count. We cannot fucking count. What do you think is happening to Kefka? Why do we think this is so crazy? Do we have... Okay, maybe... No. Maybe we have hand cheatery. My fault. I did not recognize your game. Let me find the hand cheatery. This looks like terrible discard. This also looks like terrible discard. This looks like win more bullshit. That's weird. This looks like totally unrelated theft. I'm sure the hand cheatery... Totally unrelated cheatery. Totally no related theft. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Yu-Gi-Oh, where did you go to school? Because you gotta refund that fucking diploma, dog. Yu-Gi-Oh, I say this with love in my heart. You are a true idiot. You are a beloved idiot. If you were in a medieval town, that town would come together to make sure you were fed with like leftover hay or something, but you'd get free sponge baths, because holy shit, dog. 43 lands, also crazy. Not what's most crazy. What's most crazy to me is we have a theft deck. We have a theft deck that appears to be like trying to avoid being able to rig the gamble as much as possible. It's very useful to control what's in the yard, and what's pissing me off about it is half of our removal prevents us from choosing what's in the goddamn yard. Like, if we want an opponent's specific thing, we should want removal. To be like, I'm gonna kill your thing. That way at end of turn, I will be able to steal it with Kefka. If I hit you with a fucking edict, I don't get to choose. Which is like, I realize you're in Rakdos, you want to gamble. Isn't he a mastermind? Like, you've got to be the Joker. The Joker always had an actual plan. So there's also, like, we want ways to exile cards from individual cards from graveyards. Sure, he's a fucking wizard, so you get Harmonic Prodigy. And then we just kind of have, you don't want to do that. I don't think we want to be milling people, because now you're just filling up their graveyards with dog shit that you don't want to take. Okay. I like the Esper, because it's at least targeted. And again, with the discard, like, here's the thing. If you are playing in a bracket, fine, movie Joker. I won't say every Joker, because I didn't read those comics. Movie Joker. That's who you are. If we're playing at a bracket where this is an appropriate strategy, all of our opponents are going to have dog shit, right? That's part of it, is you fill your deck with a little bit of dog shit. If we do hand rip, our first couple hand rips are going to be people using us as 1-800-GOT-JUNK. It's going to be them using us as a junk removal service, and they will just dump whatever the worst card in their hand is. You are one of the only decks in the world where Thoughtseize is good again. This is what I want to see. And so this is the same thing as, like, Liliana's Triumph, Sheoldred's Edict. Like, Flare of Malice and Soul Shatter, these two, your most expensive thing, almost always worth taking. Any fucking non-token creature, any creature you want, probably not worth taking. And so we want to orient this around, okay, I'm going to be a dipshit. I want to fill your graveyard with things I want to rob from you. We have to be a targeted hater. We have to go into this motherfucker's MySpace history to figure out what we're going to do to them. We can't just be like, here's Cruxa turn 2. In 4 turns, I'm going to take something. Because if we do Cruxa turn 2, they're just going to be like, oh, okay, well, I had 1 land too many, sure. Especially when they know what your commander is. Like, Tiny Bones, sure. He is a silly little guy, people love him, and he is a way to get other junk out of graveyards. Ancient Cellar spawn, sure. We're converting into life loss. Go-Go is us doubling our commander and we open some Final Fantasy packs. Sure. Or he's from like the Precon or something, because I think that's the commander symbol. Do you get to hit your own graveyard? No, each opponent's. Okay. Again with the fucking stop. Why are you being so nice? Yu-Gi-Oh! Why are we being this nice? Why are we getting our like community service hours in at the same time we're playing Rakdos Fuck You? Because we do want discard, but we don't want mass discard. We don't want mass discard, and we don't want our opponents to be able to tell us what we get to take from them. He just wanted to be invited back? Ironblood? Yeah, that's your answer by locking in Sheoldred? See, I agree with you with the critical mass that I agree with you with the caveat that a critical mass of early discard means you will hit good pieces, particularly if people don't have a lot of effective draw. I don't think that's true. I think we're going to hit people's like random synergy engines that mean nothing for us, and especially when we compare it to the plan of like, what if I 100% got something from you? It's like a no contest. And another thing we're doing here is we're doing a lot of no reason control. Like if you hit somebody with a Thoughtseize, 2 players at that table are now grateful that you didn't rob them, and you tell them like, oh yeah, I'm dumping this because I'm going to cast it to try to win the game later. If you do like Proxa, if we do Archfiend of Depravity, like this is specifically, I'm going to let you keep the best things, and then I'm going to fart. Ha ha ha. My grand plan comes to fruition. And so we want things that are going to let us have control of what ends up in the grave. See, like, come on. Invited back, that's our defense. You have no hand, I have no control over what I steal from you. This is the party city we want to be in. So as a rule, I like what you're doing here. I think the commander is very cute. I think what fixes the deck instantly is you take every card that says discard whatever you want and sacrifice whatever you want, and you swap it to something that says you discard or you sacrifice what I tell you to. Or something like Soul Shatter where it says you sacrifice something that I know is good. And then it will probably hum. Your ramp is also kind of ridiculous because we have to count really high. Like we have all of this 2-mana ramp when... I guess maybe life begins at 4 mana? See, I don't like this either, because we're gonna... I'm trying to say this without freaking out. So last one standing, right? Funny card. I'll agree with you there, funny card. If we spend a lot of the game milling people, or if we spend a lot of the game board wiping, what we are doing is we are turning our deck into a saw trap, except the timer is 50 hours. Then I just need you to tell me if you would watch that movie. You want to be a villain? I'm with you. I'll help you be a villain. I love that shit. Would you watch a 250-hour-long movie in which every scene was different people attempting to escape from their saw trap, in which they had 50 hours to get away? and you had to watch the whole thing start to finish, because that's what we are doing. The beauty of Kefka is that we can petulantly punish people for the cards they put in their deck. That is the dream of like every Rakdos Theft Commander, is I want you to feel bad because of the irresponsible things you played. Whereas Last One Standing is, ah, damn, here's my Birds of Paradise, pleasure doing business with you, once we get to Kefka. It's reasonable to have some board wipes because we have to live casting Kefka. But we have... An old standby of mine is you either get to pick an irresponsible value engine or you get to pick an irresponsible payoff if you want the deck to be compelling. If you want the deck to be terrible, do whatever you like. But if you want the deck to be compelling and have a good gameplay loop, you want to have your value engine be very locked in, and the way that it converts to a win be a little bit over the top and silly, or you want a value engine that's kind of silly, but your win events to be extremely locked in. Kefka is kind of both, and he's kind of silly at both. And all of the removal and discard we have picked to support him is also silly. And so if we just made that good, and we turn... What's happening here, actually? We spent $1,200 on this deck and then ran out of funds on the prismatic lens. Okay, what? I'm gonna need a ruling on the field for why you think this is okay. We're on the type of deck that would abide a worn Power Stone. I like 2-mana rocks. Why? Why? I like it as undefeated, but you gotta give me a fucking reason. Elveril, that's what I'm leaning towards. We want to... Because another thing is, the sooner we count to 7, the more relevant Kefka's gonna be, because the emptier the graveyards will be, and so we can be more confident that something relevant is gonna get exiled quickly. Versus if we're like land dropping to Kefka, the Golgari player doesn't give a fuck what we're doing. But if we do like Tron Dynamo, Worn Power Stone, any of the shits that are like 3 and 4 mana ramp, then all of a sudden we are casting Kefka on a time scale that allows us to actually influence the game. True, even Everflowing Chalice. Like if we need a 2-mana rock, guess what? It's a 2-mana rock. If it's later in the game, now it's a 4-mana rock. Let me just see how this... Hell yeah. Oh good, every fucking fetch land in the game. At least you were responsible in one fucking aspect. Alright, so turn 1 we do nothing. Turn 2, I crack Verdant Catacombs. What do I get? I get a Swamp. I Arcane Signet. So I Momentum Breaker, and I realize this is not a guarantee, and like we should play Prosper. What I want to drive home is if early in the game to set up for Kefka, I play a Momentum Breaker, this card reads for 2 mana, I fill my opponent's graves with dog shit such that I guarantee my first resolution of Kefka makes me sad. Versus like, okay, value engine, let's pray to God this gets us to Kefka. Yeah, fuck it. Let's exile... Fuck you. I exile everybody else's graveyard to doubly make sure that my first resolution of Kefka makes me incredibly sad and achieves nothing. We get to cast something, like a Farseek. Oh, that would get exiled. We fell the Profane. So now we can cast Kefka. I don't really think we want to. Because the situation we're currently presented with is if I play Kefka, I have either gotten rid of every graveyard, or the things I can do to fill the graveyard fills it with dog shit. Fills it with dog shit that I don't get to control. And I think this playtest feels tremendous if you draw even Soul Shatter. If you draw Soul Shatter, if you draw Thoughtseize, if you draw anything that lets you pick or have any degree of control over what we rob from people, this feels fucking awesome. Turn 5, I do Rakdos Atali. My commander gets killed, I pass. I go back to just broadly trying to rob you. But we're going so hard on the pettiest theft imaginable. Like we are doing an Ocean's 11 heist to knock over an Arby's in the broke neighborhood. You can, Mixdoom. You absolutely can. It just requires more intelligence than most people have. But we can absolutely make some broad assumptions. Broad assumptions about like how many people have played good creatures. What have our options been to remove those good creatures? Alright, we have 2 mana ramp. We have damage. We have double Kefka. See, like, even this looks good. Because now we have something that controls the type of shit we're blowing up. So we crack that. What does it become? It becomes Mount Doom because I fucking said so. Next turn. We crack this. What does it become? Mountain, because who cares? I ramp. I Prodigy. I get to Scry. Look at that. I don't think I need more land drops. But I get them anyway. I crack. I get Sulphurous Springs because I said so. Can't play that yet. What's this guy say? They wheel. So we get to this part of the playtest and we start thinking, when I play Kefka and I get to steal from your garbage can, do I want to steal the best creature you have? Or do I want to play Storage Wars? Because this guy just says wheel everything. This is just whatever random bullshit you have in your closet. I want that. Which is cute. But I think Kefka is already so cute that I would not recommend having his support pieces be cute. Because eventually this is just like, you take a million game actions that do not convert. And I think the dream, I'm with it. I support you. I love this man. He's goofy as fuck. He's appropriate for casual tables. And if everything in your deck was like Flare of Malice levels of targeted, no fucking notes. No fucking notes. But we are being... And we could even have 1 or 2 cards like Sycorax if they made us really, really happy. But right now, every goddamn card is this guy. Every goddamn card is like, you know what? I would set up to play the game, but you pick. You've had a hard day. I would like this game to take very, very long. I would like this game to take 18 hours so I can tell you about how cool I think Kefka is and perhaps show you my Wattpad fanfiction. Versus like, oh my god, Thoughtseize is good. Holy shit. Holy shit, Thoughtseize is good. Fuck yeah, let's go. Thoughtseize, you could even do other, like... This is how we rob people. This is another way we rob people, because this is robbery that is not going to interfere with our graveyard plan at all, because we just exile it away. You could do Cruel Claw's Heist. You could do Plargan Nasari. But I would say if we want it to go into Kefka, we just want to shoot specific things, shoot the best things, or make them discard specific things with like Thoughtseize. And then it's heat. And then it's heat and it just works. Bro wants to turn this deck and Rakdos scam. That's what it is. Kefka is the Scaminator. Bro shows up to the table with a name tag that says scam likely. Nah, this is probably too cute. I'm putting you down here, Yu-Gi-Oh! I know you can do better, and I know you can do better. I like the vision. I hate everything you've done with the place. I can't believe you live like this. Get the fuck out of my face. We're gonna do the gamble. We're gonna do the manual ad break. We're gonna pull another winner. So Suds, by turn 5, we'll probably have if we resolved Kefka turn 5, I would imagine that the things available to us are at least one ramp spell, perhaps one low quality card draw spell, and maybe a creature. So there's going to be stuff. My disagreement is not that the deck is going to not work at all as is. It's that all of the things in the deck push it towards working less versus working more. Because if you do all of this targeted stuff to try to sculpt the graveyard, that's never going to get you a perfect Kefka roll. Because even then, some motherfucker will have cast Cultivate. And the world explodes because they cast Cultivate. But what we can do is we can at least pick cards that are going to support doing the good thing instead of picking cards that support us bricking. Like right now we are building the deck to brick. Oh yeah, and then we can do any number of things like this. Might not be the worst thing, but it's probably not the best, because Ghost Vacuum wants you to exile creatures, and Kefka wants you to leave creatures in the grave. I think things that exiled multiple cards... Let's see if there's anything that will let us sculpt crazy style. Right here. There we go. Kozilek's is going to be hard because we don't make colorless. You could even Graveyard Trespasser. We could Pit of Offerings to hit a bunch of shit. Timuret is much better. So if we want to do the I'm just gonna blow everything up, then you play stuff like this. And that is how you can bring the pendulum back of I have filled the graveyard with way too much bullshit, and now I am going to empty it quite quickly. Yeah, even Hearst can do it. Because we really just need, like, one solid hit. We get one solid hit out of the dinosaur player's graveyard, we're happy. Alright, I'm gonna go get water. We'll be right back, and then we're gonna pull the next winner. Okay, we're back. I'm loosening my jaw up. We're gonna pop one more deck raffle for the day. What's my favorite? Jesus, what is happening? Yo, Mald, what's your favorite player removal for a Xenos deck? Beating them to death. The more I play this game, the less I like combos. I thought that I would like them like more and more as I stared longer at the Legos and waited for them to stare back into me. But the more time I spend playing this game, the more I'm like, what if we just like hit each other? Fuck it, why am I gonna hit you with the spelling bee shit and just be like Thoracle Consult or whatever your chosen method of like Blood Artist looping one player to death or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. I don't like it. Okay. We're gonna pause the redemptions. Let's see how many are in the queue. What? How did we... How do we have fewer now? That's not possible. That's not right. No, we certainly did not clear the queue. Because we still have all these from the beginning of stream. I don't think the oldest ones don't get deleted because a previous month we had all of the people from a previous stream still in the queue. People leaving should not Or I don't believe people leaving clears their requests or clears their rewards out. Raffle ticket actual. All the way back up to the top. There we go. 1175. I don't know what the fuck was going on. But we're here. Okay. So we are, was it 1175 I said? What the 733? Huh? What's going on here? All right, we're going to close and reopen it one more time. No, they don't. They're not timing out. Review requests. Okay, fresh one. Totally fresh one. We go to raffle ticket actual. 1125. 1125. I don't think it's too many redemptions either, because we had like over 2,000 people the first time. We are rolling with 1125. Let's see. This Lunar 787 into Jeffrey into Bone Lord matches the last 3 redeems I can see in my activity feed. So we are holding at 1125. Go 1061. So 1051, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. Next name wins after Danny UG. It is Reborn Hagiomaniac. Reborn Hagiomaniac, please come on down. You have made it. Please expose to me your lack of understanding of mathematics. Jesus Christ, I just see Rocco and Architect appear at once. $100. Oh. Not Naya, bad stuff, you motherfucker. Okay, so we are making food tokens and hoping for the fucking best. Then we have counters. Stuff enters with counters. I don't think that has... Enters with one... Why does that have anything to do with this? Hardened scales! Hardened scales, but it's a hot woman. Sure, Macias. Do we put a counter on the thing or a counter on our guy? Okay. Sure, combat... Agio, you gotta tell me what the goal is here. These are some of the most cards that say counters on them ever. Hey look, Rumor Gatherer's here. Hey look. Inti's here, baby. Let's go. Rocco makes counters, therefore counter deck. So when you want to like figure out your personality for the day, do you just hit up a magic 8 ball? Like what's the morning routine? What's your Ashton Hall routine? Instead of an ice bucket, do you just have like one of those Wheel of Fortune wheels on your wall with a bunch of different personality traits, and you just spin that shit and you're like, that's what I'm doing? How many fucking ways can you target Bragon? How many fucking ways, man? Let me see. 1. Does it say ability? No, we're still on 1. Tokens. My fault. My fault. Rocco makes tokens, therefore it's also a token deck. These are some of the cards of all time, brother. These are some of the cards of all time. Rocco can put counters on it, but Rocco putting counters on this, I think, just makes it a worse. There's a white vampire that does this too, which maybe we should just have both. God damn, I should not have looked up vampire in the name, but it's something dusk. Oh god, does it not even have... Dusk Legion Duelist, yes. So this could be card draw. Second copy of Bragon. Faithless Looting in the card draw section. That's 1 Vine Boom. Horn of the fucking Mark. Horn of the fucking... Real. So real. Listen, Hagio, I gotta thank you because I'm never having kids, so this is as close as I'm getting to looking at shitty finger paintings before I put it up on the fridge. So, let's talk about something. We read up until the word... What's interesting to me is you've done the normal Naya phenomenon. You have done the typical Naya phenomenon of you read the words you wanted to read, and then we stopped reading. But you skipped over some of the good words because you saw 1/1 counter, you saw token, and you were like, assignment understood, baby. And then Inti can do it, but almost all of our card draw section is ignoring the fact that we can trigger Rocco. It could be us. It could be us putting the counters on things. Whereas right now we're like relying on the generosity of others, and so everything that says card draw on it just becomes this. Boom. Whole new world, baby. Whole new world. What if we were in control of our own game plan? So we can exile draw. If you wanted to get real freaky with it, you could do Wild Wasteland, but everything that is in here just to be card draw should be draw into exile. If it's like Bragon or Dusk Legion Duelist, where, hey, this is a creature that I'm going to make big, and while I make them big, they will also get me cards, that's fine. But if its only purpose in the deck is I want this to get me more cards, we should be exiling off the top of our deck. Would Rose Cutthroat Raider work? Almost certainly. Yeah, if you want to crash out, if you're trying to crash out, you have the tokens to spread around in Naya to make a ton of junk tokens. Hump. What? Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine. We're a token deck. We have the cuck chair. Whatever. Absolutely insane. Absolutely unhinged pseudo Voltron going on. We have... You have one source of trample in this deck. I will hold back the Vine Boom. I will hold back the Vine Boom if you can tell me one source of trample we have in this deck right now. Sir, the Dragon Trayer gives trample. Beautiful. I will allow it. I will allow it. Wind Crystal is stupid as fuck, but at minimum, I realize you read, oh my god, food tokens make me gain life, therefore life gain deck, therefore Wind Crystal, so I will Vine Boom you for that one. You already put the hardened scales in here. You already put the goddamn hardened scales in here. Dog, why the fuck is this under tokens? Why the fuck? Listen, one day, I'm gonna be real, I put it in because I was hungry making this deck. It seems like you were also tired, and also sleepy, and also illiterate. Okay, so... You built this from your collection, right? You had to have. You had to have built this while sorting your bulk. Or at least like half of it. A few of these cards, I would believe we went out and we went and got them. And the rest of them, it had to be... I built this in the last hour while watching the stream. Oh my god. Bro said, just in case. How did you find cards this bad in 1 hour? I have built decks in half an hour that could kill this deck in its sleep. What did we do in that hour to identify shit this bad? Do not try to use budget as a defense for some of this shit. Can't be like, oh yeah, don't worry guys, I'm just a budget deck builder. That's why I missed the exile clause totally. That's why we're 10 miles wide of the one of the primary advantage engines of the deck is I love budget. This is a rage bait deck. This is a rage bait deck. No, the pricing looks budget. Like, we picked budget. It's just that, listen, so far, everybody who has ever said it's $100. It's still ridiculous for cardboard, but it's like, in the context of most commander decks, yeah, sure, it's budget. My thing with budget is every time somebody has shown me a budget deck, they're like, yeah, this is a budget deck. And what they mean is, this is a really bad deck that I didn't want to put more thought into. Okay. So the evasion on Wind Crystal, not nothing. I do think Earth Crystal is probably just better. And then here's where we really ran out of ideas. But you have submitted just barely a Rocco deck. We have submitted Wow, these cards are in Naya. I will clone you. I will clone you over to Moxfield and we will see. It's Street Chef, right? Oh, it's not bracket 1, it's just bad. In fact, it looks like they have almost... Oh my god, I got the maybe board too. Oh my god, I got the maybe board. Burn seems somewhat cute. You know what this deck needs? Fucking... We got a side quest. 17 cents, budget. 17 cents, budget. No, fuck you. I'm not playtesting this. This deck can go fuck itself. Oh, yeah. Let's look at what didn't make it. Hell yeah. But it's a life gain deck. Why don't we have this in here? This card alone is like Master Chef compared to the synergies we have going on in this deck. Six mana, just get counters. Easily better than anything else we've got going on. Sure, no reason goad. Sure, better commander. What? What? Put my guy in. What if the food was 7-7 lost out to faithless looting? No, we can't. This is rage bait. This is rage bait. I'm playtesting this and I'm putting you in the fucking ground. Keep. Fuck you. Forest. Turn 2. Talisman. Turn 3. Where's my fucking commander? It's on like end step I get this shit, right? End step War Doctor. I play this. I get a counter on him. I get a food. Who gives a fuck? End step War Doctor gets a counter. We Naya as fuck, boys. I get another counter and another food. It's a token deck because after all, Rocco makes tokens. I exile. I go to my next turn. Oh my god. I've made a counter, a token, and a frog. Cinema. Unstoppable. How would anybody do anything against this deck? How would they ever stand against the might of the Wind Crystal, cost reducing 2 of my spells by 1? Who even gives a fuck? Who even gives a fuck? I play fucking this guy. Oh, good. Geth, alright, we start proliferating our artifacts. Please, the white is hurting my soul. Good, you know how my eyeballs feel looking at the cards in this deck. Listen, Hagio. I'm gonna level with you. It's not... See, that's the thing. I'm crashing out on this deck not because it can't function. This functions at least as well as Precon's function. Because the commander is a deck in a box. Like, the commander says, I'm going to get you additional cards, I'm going to get you 1/1 counters, and I'm going to get you token generation. And I'm in Naya. Like, if that deck doesn't work, you built it on purpose to not work. This is built kind of wrong, but it's like a 7-foot-tall middle schooler trying out for the basketball team. No matter how bad they fucking stumble, they're still gonna beat all of the kids who are in the correct place on their growth curve. Like, it just doesn't matter. What I'm mostly freaking out about is the avowed adherence to budget while picking some of the singularly worst cards I have ever seen while like 18 cents heaters lay on the ground. That's what's making my fucking skin crawl. That's what's rage baiting me most effectively, is the inclusion of faithful motherfucking watchdog and not side quest catch a fish, or not Ren's resolve, or not like Wild Wasteland might actually cost money. That might be one where it's like, oh yeah, you duck this for budgetary concerns because it's only universes beyond. Nope, 30 cents. Get out of my fucking house.